Hello, everybody. Take this out. Hope everybody's all right. Thank you for the sound check, Mr. Blogger Day. That's an important part of the stream, being able to see if people hear me. Okay. Everything looks all right on this side, so let's start this. Yeah, I got some. Actually, I wanted to have more of those lights, but I need to find a way. I want to maybe go around the map here, around the map, and we'll see. Anyways, my Christmas tree is done, except I need to make the village with the train. That's all that's left to do. So, let's start here. Okay, welcome guys. This is the live show. Every Saturday we are live with a shortwave radio show. It's a show where we talk about radio, where we talk about shortwave and about whatever. And we just have a lot of fun. And we're here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we just have a great time among friends and among radio geeks. This is a solitary hobby, so this brings a lot of people together. And it's cool for that. We'll talk about this little thing today. I think my volume is a little high. Okay, so we'll talk about this little thing today. What is it? We're going to know a little more about it soon. It's the new device from SDRplay. And so we're going to talk about it. Not too much, because there's kind of we're going to hold on a little bit on the talk of performance or stuff, because there's things to fix yet. So they are working hard to issue firmware updates. There was 2 firmware updates since I got it. I got it on Thursday. Was it two? There was 2 firmware updates. I got it on Wednesday. It just shows you that there are things that needs to be fixed before they're really going to be, good for the market, for everybody. So anyways, welcome aboard, everyone. There's a beautiful chat room. So my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast parts of North America. I'll have a little sip of my, I guess they call it a screwdriver. It's vodka and orange juice. Cheers, everyone. Let's put this. So I was listening to VOA that shut down at 20 UTC. There's a beautiful chat room that you can join if you want to join a great bunch of people that are amazing and that are just the greatest people that you can have in a chat room. It's as simple as that. And this is, of course, a great place where people are super helpful. And we just have a lot of fun. Answer questions, and even the chat room will answer questions or talk about stuff also. So it's pretty cool to see all the people here. I think we have the best bunch of people in the world. I say it all the time, and I think we are really, really. It's a well managed. And we've got moderators, so if things don't go well, we got people to hit the ban button quite quickly. So that's also a good thing. I want to thank the moderators, of course, and the moderators of my Facebook group too, that do a fantastic job at cleaning up stuff. So it's nice to see all of you here. Once this, of course, is over, there's a Facebook group. The Facebook group is where it all continues after the live show, and there's 4,000, about 4,100 members now, 4,100. Here, the Shortwave channel, we're at 49,005 something. So we're a few hundred away from 50,000 mark, which is a pretty good mark for a Shortwave related channel. And so this is pretty cool. I will have a little break to take around 4 p.m. Some of you know that I do caregiving duties, and I will have to go attend for a couple of minutes someone in at 4 p.m. So I'll have a little few moments there that I need to go and attend something, so it won't be very long. But it's nice to have all of you here. It's really cool to see everybody every week, and it's just a lot of fun to be here on Saturday at 20 UTC to enjoy with all of you a great live show. So, talking about chat rooms, let's start it off with Richard Wagner. Nice to have you here. WA9301 SWL in Northeast Illinois. Jay Waterson 69. Nice to have you here. Torben Heiderson. Nice to have you here from Norway. Master Players Radio and Television. Nice to have you here. Bobby WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Miji. Nice to have you here. Robert Varner KC2TEL in a cold, windy New Jersey, but no snow yet. Here today we've been having snowflakes. We're on the 0 mark, 0 Celsius, so 32 Fahrenheit today. And we've been having off and on little snowflakes fall from the sky. No snow on the ground yet, though. And no real accumulation even in the next couple of weeks when we look at the weather. So we'll see. Will we have a white Christmas? That is going to be something to... They were saying on the weather channel that in Montreal, the possibility of a white Christmas at this point in time is 62%. So we have 62% chance of a white Christmas. But in the last few years, it's been a hard one to get a white Christmas. It's funny because when we see that the weather's changing, because when I was young, it seemed like Christmas was always a white Christmas, pretty much, except, it was exceptional that we wouldn't have snow on Christmas. But now, in the last 10 years, we almost got to cross our fingers to have a white Christmas in Montreal. So, I like to have a white Christmas. It feels more like Christmas. So anyways, that's the weather here. We have James Farley. Nice to have you on board. KD2GUZ from Old Bridge, New Jersey. PVM. Nice to have you here. VA3JPX. Nice to have you on board. TVDXer, ça va bien. J'espère que ça va bien pour toi aussi. Nice to have you here from just outside of Montreal. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here from North Illinois. Ido Head, nice to have you on board. Nick Amendel from Romania, nice to have you here as always. Matt in Denver, Colorado, MDK2, nice to have you here. And there it's 50 Fahrenheit, 10 Celsius. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Bob, nice to have you here from San Diego and to DET. Jeff King, nice to have you on board from Jacksonville, Florida. And there it's 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Blogger Die, aloha, nice to have you on board from Chile, Virginia. Christophe Chalutier, bonsoir, bienvenue, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. And by the way, happy Thanksgiving to my all the American friends here in Canada. Thanksgiving was last month. It's October. So nice to have you on board, and happy. Hope you're having a great Thanksgiving. What else do we have? John Hummel Newell, nice to have you here. VE5JHN, and hello to Paul. Paul is in the living room on the couch. Andrew Ross, nice to have you on board. Just to let you know that I'm enjoying all I Want for Christmas series. Yeah, and more videos to come. So it's like it's kind of giving ideas if you are looking into maybe a Christmas gift of a radio. Well, that is going to be something you can look at and maybe decide on something you want. So that's one of the main reasons of all my I Want for Christmas series. So more videos coming up in the next few days with other radios that I want to talk about, including some stocking stuffers, radios that are inexpensive that you could give as a gift to somebody you know might enjoy it, and it's not too expensive. And who knows, you might spark the radio flame in somebody that doesn't really do radio. So it's pretty cool to have that, and I'm waiting for one that I think is going to be a good one to add to the All I Want for Christmas, well, their stocking stuff for Christmas, is going to be the XH Data D221 that is in transit somewhere between China and Montreal. So at some point it should be there. I'm a little scared, but I don't think they will be that. I think they're using another company. Because here in Canada, the Canada Post is on strike. And been on strike now for, I think it's like 3 weeks now. So Canada Post isn't working. Of course, there's a lot of other companies or carriers that for the packages and stuff. But I don't think it's going to be through Canada Post that I'm going to get it. If I do, it's kind of sad because I've seen some XH Data users that purchased radios that were returned to XH Data due to the postal service strike. And the worst part is that the strike seems to be, I don't see an end to that strike. Personally, I think this strike is going to be one of the longest Canada Post strike ever. The biggest problem is that I think everybody's just not realizing the what's happening. The workers want to have a big raise. Canada Post is losing $1 billion a year right now. That's a lot of money. You can't give a raise if you're losing that much money. I think Canada Post, the way Canada Post works, is going to have to be rethought of. The volume of letters is now, small compared to the past. So it's just like, I think the Canada Post formula needs to be changed. We're in 2024, and things have changed a lot. So anyways, that means, and I think it means a very, very long strike for Canada Post. What else do we have? Different Gear TV, so it's nice to see Christmas decorations up. Yeah, there's going to be... I tried before the show, but it was like last minute, and I didn't want to start moving everything around. But I wanted to have like the lights go across in the background. But anyways, I'll find a way to have it for next week. It'll be better. Not just a little bit of string of lights here. I buy incandescent lights because they don't make any noise on the radios. When you buy LED lights, although a lot of them are quiet, you kind of never know. Andrew Ross, finding the Quotosend DX286. One of your recommendations to be an excellent receiver on long wave and FM here in England. However, it is exceptional on medium wave when used with my Texan loop antenna. Cool. DX Swinger, nice to have you on board from a cold and windy southeast Pennsylvania. Joe Brown, southeast Michigan, nice to have you here. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. N5 KVO, South Texas. John, nice to have you here. KQ4DUI, West Palm Beach, Florida. Really nice to have everybody here. Andrew Ross says, so much so that I have been making a point of listening to it during Grey Line hours when I have been picking up all sorts of stations from Central Europe. Pretty cool. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. No snow here, but a couple of feet of snow south of Buffalo. Yeah, they're having what they call that lake effect snow thing. And they're having a lot of snow because of that. Andrew Ross says, I rejoined the medium wave circle after a gap of almost 30 years and now want to start using it to scan the FM band. Yeah, the FM band is fantastic also. Do you have any tips that will improve reception? Would using an external antenna instead of the telescopic one prove beneficial? And if so, are you able to recommend one? If you're talking for FM, you know, the rabbit ears are surprisingly good because they cover those frequency ranges for FM. The good old rabbit ears. And but you know, I'm just amazed with the telescopic, honestly. As for shortwave, you know, regular, any type of outdoor wire or a magnetic loop like the MLA30 would definitely be something interesting. Or the KW, what is it? KWA 180 also, which is a wideband loop antenna. KW61, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. RY491, nice to have you on board. Jean Arrache, salut. J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you here. Jay Watterson69 says, Night Trigel, we know it's not only orange juice in your glass. CMRG128, nice to have you here. Ordered a FT710, hoping it was a good choice. I hear a lot of good things. I think you're probably going to be happy. I hear a lot of good things. Ricky, salut, ça va bien? Nice to have you on board. And minus 14 in Calgary. That's cold. That's cold. Oh, you got one, Blogger Die, the Mi Boxer battery charger? It's great. I love it. I really love it. Since I have it, I charge every batteries in there. It's really, really cool. So glad that you enjoy it. I took a chance on it. I was like, I needed a charger. And when I got it, I was surprised at how well it works. It's fun to see on the display also the percentage of the battery and all sorts of things like that. It also tells you if a battery is going to fail, which is also nice. So really, really cool charger indeed. Glenn Danzer, nice to have you here from South Carolina. We have WFI Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert. Testing out a beverage antenna that I extend from 280 to 400 feet. Wow. 57 Steve DX1, nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. Joseph, nice to have you on board. I'm awaiting the delivery of my PL680 today. If it arrives during the live show, I will do a mini unboxing. So stoked. Otherwise, we'll be tuning to bands. That's a great little radio. You're going to have a lot of fun with it. Really, really cool. RY491 says, Thomas I'm from Thomas in damp and cold UK. Blogger Dice says, White Christmas here means no power. Great for shortwave, but not everything else. Yeah, here it's different. Here we're used to, you know. Actually, I have a Christmas, my Christmas wish this year. I will say it. I would like a big snowstorm on Christmas Eve. Although I know for people that are going to the families and friends, it's not a good thing and not a good idea because it's going to be tough on the roads. Still, I don't know. I kind of like to have a snowstorm on Christmas Eve. And that would be like the most Christmassy thing that could happen. You know, having that little relaxed Christmas Eve among just a couple of friends and enjoying, you know, the evening food and a nice big snowstorm. I'd like that. Jeff N4ZHM, nice to have you here from Western North Carolina, 33 Fahrenheit. Shortwave Sarge, nice to have you on board. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Rotten Animal, nice to have you on board from Toronto. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. K2ADC, New Jersey. VA3JPX, Canada Post needs to stop delivering junk mail. They will save money doing that, despite they are being paid to do it. Don Royal, WA7330SWL. Nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. Different Gear TV. I use Christmas lights that run off AA batteries. These seem not to cause noise. Yeah, in general, those are pretty quiet, for sure. Where are we here? Nick Hansen, nice to have you here from Northern England. Chris Marchi and KN4EXM in South Carolina. Dan V, nice to have you here. And from Ohio and AWJZ. Nick Hansen says, just bought a bit of DSP, a noise canceller speaker. It's made so much difference to my noise levels and SSB. Doesn't love, they shouldn't use switching power supplies to run LEDs anyway. Seems like overkill and more expensive to make. Yeah, definitely. Especially they can use the same kind of trick that they're using on strings of incandescent lights, and have just the perfect amount of LEDs and a little resistor to match the power when you plug it in. Because when you look at these strings, it's the incandescent bulbs are all in series. So basically, these are 50 light strings. So basically, they just put the proper voltage lights so that the total makes 120 volts. It is interesting. I'm going to show you guys this. These I purchased new this year, and it's the first time I see this. So they give you the standard little bulbs that you can, if one burns, they give you that little bulb that has a white tip that makes the string flash. But I've never seen this offered before. They actually have, you guys might not see it well, but there's a fuse. You can see it here. This is the fuse and the plug. They actually even give you the fuse. So first of all, it's good because it means they're kind of higher quality. If something happens, the fuse is going to blow up. And but it's the first time I see a package of strings of lights that give me a fuse with them. Andrew Ross, thank you very much for the advice. And Art Vandelay, nice to have you here from Clearview, Ontario. I can't help but laughing every time I see Art Vandelay. Brings back memories. Alan Howell, nice to have you here from West Quebec. Blast Owl, nice to have you here from Ireland. Thank you for your All I Want from Christmas series. I've sent the XH Data D808 to my wife. Wish me luck. Cool. Different Gear TV, can you recommend a certain model of Mi Boxer charger? There seems to be a few options. I just chose the one that had the amount of batteries I wanted to charge and the types of batteries. I wish I would need to look at the model number somewhere underneath the Mi Boxer charger. I don't know which one our friend Blogger Die purchased. If he has a model number. Tostalo, then have it mailed the next day. Casper Peterson, nice to have you on board. BTI, not BIT. Okay. What else do we have? Joe Beckman, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. What station was broadcasting on 21630 at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time? 21630. Let's see what's... I'm going to bring up the IBI here and see. 21630. So, had to be the BBC. So we said 10:45. That's 15:45 UT was the BBC World Service. That they are Saturdays from 15 to 17 UT, to West Africa from Wolverton, UK. So you heard the BBC on 21630 in English. And they're Saturday only in English on that frequency. The other day of the week, they're not on that frequency. So it's a Saturday only broadcast. Casper Peterson says I'm from Denmark, if you forgot. Denmark. Yeah, sometimes it's like you get the same people regularly, but sometimes you do forget maybe, a few people where they are from. So thanks for refreshing the memory of Denmark, Casper Peterson. Edward SH, good evening from Galway, Ireland. The Grimstone station in Sweden is celebrating its 150th anniversary and transmitting CW tomorrow on 17.2 kilohertz. Will you try to catch it? I have nothing here that will be able to get that. I do have radios that go down to 17.2. But the high noise and the fact that I don't have proper antennas, that low frequency is so low that you need really good antennas also to catch that transmission. What I might try to do is go on some Kiwi SDR or some SDR somewhere close to Sweden and try to get it on one of those. They probably are going to also be, because usually they do a live stream on YouTube as they're preparing that old transmitter to work. So it's kind of cool. If you guys are in Europe you should try it. In North America, it's going to be it's probably going to be a hard one here in North America. I don't recall of anybody in North America ever receiving it. And you do need to have a radio that goes down to 17.2 kilohertz. So it's going to be interesting. RY491 says, everyone noticed the ABC too slow. The SSB on the 501 makes it hard to listen to at times. Actually, it's when the signals are strong. The AGC is actually too fast, so it punches all the way every time the word starts. So when that's the biggest problem of the H501X, the PL990. It's not as much of a problem on the PL330, nor on the PL680. But on the 990 501X, it makes it tough on mostly the strong ones. When you listen to the single sideband signals that are weaker, it doesn't show much. It usually is all right, but there's a punch. It's actually one of my negative comments in my review of the AGC, making it kind of a harsh punch on the single sideband. This is where you should use the, if you want to have a better, easier listening, when you're listening to a real strong single sideband, use the capability of having the radio less sensitive. So, change that DX switch back to local. This is going to actually lower the signal level, and you can see that the single sideband audio is going to be better. It's going to be softer. That's what I do when it's too strong. Rodney Lemaine, nice to have you here from California. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you on board. Torben Iverson says, was born in Denmark, but moved to Norway many years ago. So, Miji, hope you're well too. John Beckham, have you received your new XH Data D221? No, it's in transit somewhere in between China and here. So hopefully I'm gonna get it at some point. Actually, let me just check it out here. I'm gonna check the tracking on the see where it is. So if I look at XH data. Tracking. So this is the number. We're going to see where it is. I hope it's not coming through Canada Post because I'll never get it. It's just going to be... because they're sending it, but I don't know what carrier they're using to send it. So, tracking. So it says that it's in transit. Your package has shipped to the original country and is en route to its destination. So that's all that it says. It left. It was picked up on November 28th, so 2 days ago. So we'll see when that arrives. I can't wait to get it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Ricky, the bands are fantastic last night. We were hearing stuff on 215 megahertz range late into the night. Stayed past 09 UTC tuning around, which is way, way too late. It's not the same when we get older. I remember, when I was a teenager, doing almost all-nighters to hear all the stations that you don't hear in the daytime, or you need to be up at middle of the night to be able to hear them. And today, I sometimes will go up to about 2 a.m., which is 7:07 UT. But when I get to 2 a.m., it's like my body's telling me, go to bed. We're not as tough as we used to be. So, but it's a lot of fun to listen to late. I am amazed with the high propagation, the high solar flux, the propagation on the higher frequencies. I mean, we're into December now. Tomorrow's December 1st. And what is amazing is that you get, I was able to make contacts on 17 and 15 meters with Japan at midnight, 05 UT, Thursday night. And I just couldn't believe it. I was like, wow. I can't imagine in almost winter that I can still at midnight make contacts with Japan. It was just truly amazing. And my signal, when I would go on FT8, my signal on PSK Reporter was all over the Pacific, up to Australia. It was like, wow, this is great. Bands are really, truly, really amazing. What else do we have? Dustin Love, maybe loop or ferrite can work at 17. Yeah, but not a lot of loops are good for such a low frequency. They need to be adapted. Joe Alston, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. Pretty cool to have you on board. Let's go out here. Ricky was able to get RNZ, one of my 3 antennas on 17675 of 05 UT. Oddity, it was a short random wire, about 5 meters long, pointing vaguely northeast-southwest. Huh, interesting. Roberto, nice to have you here from Italy. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. Andy New from the UK, M7CUN. And we have YZFR1 Biker. Nice to have you here. Bonjour et bienvenue. Nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Richard Wagner says he can record with the SDRs. Yeah, you can record with the SDRs, definitely. Ricky, the only plus about late night listening is that all my neighbors are asleep, so a bit less ambient RF noise. Here, the funniest thing is I hear my next door neighbor snoring. He snores like crazy, and it's like I get this big kind of grinding, almost bear-like growl, and when he's sleeping. It's just so funny. Um, so I don't get RF noise, but I get audio noise. John Beckham, okay. WF7I Homebrew says worked a lot of Japan on 10 meters well past sunset last weekend on CW during the CQ Worldwide contest. Very strong signals on all of them. Yep, pretty cool. Russ Gladden, nice to have you here from Ottawa. And before I talk about my device, we'll do a little self promotion. If you like what I do, I'm here every Saturday. I'm doing a series of All I Want for Christmas Is with radios. You guys totally enjoyed the Radio Hofsep video where I went with Sheldon Harvey to the radio shop here in Montreal. Our friend there is 85 years old. It's pretty crazy when you think about it. Mr. Joseph is 85 years old. And actually, we went there because Sheldon had to bring a radio, a Grunding receiver, to get repaired. And it was repaired. And at the same time, I had told Sheldon, I said, you know what, let's meet up. I had not been in that shop for 20 years. So if you like all of those things, and I have another one coming up, I'm going to go to the flea market that is not far from here, make a little video of a real flea market with old junk and all sorts of things. Hopefully the guy with the vintage radios will be there. I'd like to make a little video of his radios. And so I will be adding that. I'm going to try. Maybe tomorrow I'll try to go. If not tomorrow, it'll be next week. But if you like what I do and the live shows and all of this, there's a Christmas show coming up with Santa. How about a little contribution through the Super Chat here? You can give a little something. And I like to call it the Pizza Fund. If you want to help me feed myself, make sure that I am well nourished, and that I will not faint because I'm too hungry. Pizza Fund, you can send a little something at the PayPal email here. And this will enable me to actually get a pizza after the live show is done today. So if you want to help with the Pizza Fund, it's much appreciated. And I will be able to sustain myself after hours of talking to you guys. So thanks for the donations, guys. It's always appreciated. And those that never donated, why not think about it? And of course, if you can't, it's totally understandable. I've got no problem with that. Okay. John Beckham, okay. Okay. Different Gear TV. Gilles, have you ever tested the Texan R9700DX? Might not be the best, but the backlight looks amazing and the batteries last weeks. I've had a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people. Indeed, I've seen a few post pictures of them listening at night with the radio's display on and the backlight on. Absolutely looks beautiful. You know what? I never had one for a simple reason. With the exchange, the currency exchange and all of that, and sometimes the shipping. I always found it to be a little too expensive for me to spend for an analog radio like that. But a lot of people that have one seem to say that they really love it. So maybe at some point. Richard Wagner, Snore is QRN. Meanie Bike Madam, nice to have you here. Firing up the Hermes tonight on 49 meters. Ricky, the French word ronflement is perfect. Really? Totally. Jay Watterson 69 says, don't forget about putting a Ernie and the bathtub radio on the list. Oh man, I'd love to have that. I can tell you that. I'd really love to have one. What do I want for Christmas? I don't know. I'm privileged to have pretty much what I want. Almost. So, in radios, and I don't know. I guess, ELT is the way, the best thing to ask for. I mean, I've got, these manufacturers sending me receivers, and so, just be happy. Miji, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Kev Michael, I got 2KY on 1017 kilohertz, Sydney, north-south West Australia at 8 p.m. on the Eton Elite Field Radio last night. Wow, that is cool. Paul Bradway, J35AC, nice to have you here. What else do we have? John Beckham says, I remember back in the Christmas of 66 when I got my first shortwave receiver, as it was a Monarch Ham 1 with vacuum tubes, and it came with a telescopic antenna for the back. Wow, this is cool. By the way, I will ask you guys what I ask every year. I think it's always a lot of fun. If you guys have Christmas stories to share about radio, send them to official shortwave radio at gmail.com, and I will keep these stories handy for Santa, and Santa will be reading them on the air on the Christmas show, which will be Saturday, December 21st, matching the solstice, the first day of winter, and here in the Northern Hemisphere, summer in the Southern Hemisphere. So please share your stories. I know some of you have great ones. Even if you shared it before, we got tons of new people here, and we forget. It's just share it again. I'll be happy to read it on the air, or Santa will be happy to read it on the air, and hopefully we'll get quite a few, and it could be a lot of fun. So I'll have one about how a teenage guy on Christmas Eve with a huge Christmas party at home, where you feel kind of left off because it's like the uncles and so on, and it's like everybody's just getting drunk, and you're not in there, you're not with that, and how listening to shortwave radio while people are partying and getting drunk is kind of something that was kind of cool. What else do we have? RY491 is a long wire directional. A very, very long wire, like a beverage is directional, but it has to be past a certain length. Generally, if we talk about 100 feet of wire, it's not very directional. It'll be receiving signals equally everywhere. But the longer you make it, the more directional it becomes. So it depends on the length. Most of us don't have the capability of making it long enough for it to be really directional in general. Ron Nanimal says, I like junk. My girlfriend says I'm a junk collector. I said, well, I have you, don't I? That's bad. Yeah, well, you'd love to see that flea market. I tell you, it's junk. It's crazy how what the stuff you have there. I tell you, it's just crazy. So, just gonna check here if anybody has checked in for through email, because sometimes people do, and I miss them, and I'm trying not to miss everybody. So, have I got any emails to share? Nope, not yet. So it's going to be okay. So, guys, I'll be, can you give me just 5 minutes. I'm going to go take care of my little caretaker duties, and I'm back in 2-3 minutes. There we go, guys. I am back. Sorry for the little moment here, but got to help out. Okay, so where were we? So we talked about junk, Blogger Die. Just go down here to chat for a second. And gotta die. Okay. So Blogger Die says my R9700DX dial calibration is poor and mine doesn't perform as well as, for example, the PL660. Okay, that's interesting. That's the biggest problem. When we get these analog radios, one of the biggest issues that I've seen for most of them is dial calibration is often very, very bad. TV Radio 1972. Nice to have you on board, Michael, from New Jersey. And just bought my first SDR yesterday, the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. You're going to have a lot of fun. There's a learning curve, but once you get through it, Honestly, it's a lot of fun. Kev Michael had KMG 580 News Talk, Fresno, California at 10 p.m. last night on the Sony ICF 38 AM. Cool. Adam Lozo, what CB radio would you recommend? It's hard to say. I like my Uniden Bearcat 980 SSB. It's a great little rig. But keep in mind that now in the United States, you guys have FM. Well, are you in the United States? Have FM capability. You might want to look into a CB with FM capability too. Trust Joe Alston. Any active marine frequency. There's a lot of stuff on the marine bands that you can check out. What you need mostly to do is do check the marine bands. What are the ranges of the marine bands? And constantly go through them. You'll be surprised at the amount of stuff that pops up. It's just that it's like any types of communication that's kind of on and off. It might not be always there, so you need to really listen in regularly in order for it to show up and get in. Sorry, guys, and get into the activity. If you have an SDR, an SDR is great for that because you can just put one of the marine bands and just go through the waterfall, see what you can get and what pops up in communications. Simarchi says, is there any website or helpful info to assist in making contacts at Arctic stations or Antarctica international stations? You mean amateur radio? Stations in Antarctica? Because the only broadcaster that is from Antarctica is LRA 36. But there are amateur radio stations there that are often in some of the bases in different countries. The best is to look at the what we call the DX spots and check for the known stations that pop up all the time. Like DX, you can try the... so one is DX Summit, and the other one is DX Fun Cluster. But DX Summit, and look at the stations popping up, you'll see that there's regularly some stations from different parts of Antarctica on the ham bands. Tostanov, I bet the National Power Grid has some weird pattern at 60 or 50 hertz. Yeah, it's possible. Kevin Michael, my first shortwave was the Juliet MPR 3015 5-band with shortwave AM, FM, and different bands, basically. John Beckham, would you recommend a Codascend DX286 for Christmas? Oh, I definitely would. Yes, you will love it. It's a fantastic little radio. It's different from everything else. And its performance on FM and AM and everywhere is just great. So, Kevin Michael, radio and lunch go hand in hand. What else do we have? A loop of classic from the classic Jeopardy. What else do we have? Bob's All Records says, so does radio and booze. Yeah, as long as you don't drink too much. But having a little drink, yeah, why not? And coffee and, whatever you like. John Beckham, yes, the Juliet also had nice sound to it. Ricky says, I've seen pictures and videos of the R9700DX. It is a pretty looking radio. Yeah, definitely. David's the Radio Room. Nice to have you on board. Something dropped. Yeah, a little aluminum can. What else do we have? David's Radio Room says it's got a CB with FM capability. Paul in Vermont, AA1SU, nice to have you on board. He was in the CQ Worldwide contest last week. Kevin Michael got KSL News 102.7 Salt Lake City, Utah on 1160 kilohertz last night. Cool. What else do we have? Jonathan, when I tuned to NHK World Radio Japan in English on 11.815, reception still strong and clear, but also Japanese on 15.280. So cool. Cool. John Beckham, I've always been interested in the Far East broadcasts that come into the East Coast of the U.S. in the early morning hours. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing. If you drink too much, you might hear stations that aren't there. Or you might fall asleep in front of your radio before the station you want to hear is going to actually sign on. Andrew Ross, my Texan PL 880 with the 20-meter long wire is far superior on shortwave, but the quota send performs far better on medium wave, long wave, and FM. One thing you need to try, by the way, on the long wire is if there's strong station, the quota send, you need to, it might be good to remove the amplification. Because you can turn it on or off. So because if it's on, your quota send might be overloaded, so it desensitizes the radio. Because it's pretty good on shortwave in general. So that could be one explanation, one thing to look at for this. So hey guys, we're going to talk about something I got this week. We've got a little thing coming from a little company in the UK called SDRplay. So SDRplay has this new networked receiver, the NRSP-ST. And here's the beast. It's quite heavy. That's the first thing that surprised me, is the weight of this thing. There's a lot of stuff in there because it's heavy. And of course it's a metal case. So this is the device. You've got, of course, two LEDs here, one for the power, one that's telling you it's starting up and connecting to the network. And in the back, you've got three antenna connectors. You've got one antenna for Wi-Fi. You've got the Ethernet jack, and you've got, of course, the way to plug it in directly via USB cable. This is basically the equivalent of one of the SDRs they have, like an SDRplay or SPDX and so on. It's an SDR, but it is also paired with a Raspberry Pi small computer that has its own interface. So when this, in effect, is connected to your home network, you have access to the SDR on any computer on your network at home. And if you don't have, because it works with SDR Connect, so it's good for a Linux, Mac, or Windows machine. And if you don't have one of those and you have a smartphone or you have a tablet, an Android tablet, something like that, what's cool about it is that it also has its own interface, which is a stripped down version of SDR Connect that shows up through the browser of your device, of your phone, for example. I've had it working on my Galaxy S22 Ultra phone. And so you are able to tune around with anything that has a browser, pretty much, as long as they're all connected to your network. Or you can also have it forward, so you can do port forwarding and have this as a device that's available online and that you can connect to from anywhere. So once it's actually set up for internet capability, you can be, at work, you can be somewhere else and tune through this device as you want. And it's sold as a network device. It's really, their focus is that this, if you buy this, It's mostly to be used as a remote receiver. So instead of a standard SDR plugged into your computer. So they're kind of pushing as, well, you put this somewhere where it's low noise on a computer, on a network, and you enjoy using your SDR from anywhere else on any device. So this is pretty much what it is. I've been playing a lot with it since Wednesday. I've actually played with it today, and I have one thing that I like that this is going to do, because I was telling you, I think last week we talked about it. I realized I did not have VHF, UHF capability in my office. I don't have an antenna that has any, wire that gets into the office here that actually is a antenna good for above 30 megahertz. So I do have my my vertical mobile wideband VHF UHF antenna in the backyard in the middle shed, but the wire connector goes up to the kitchen, and that's it. So I got an idea, and today actually I tried this. I connected, since this can connect wirelessly, I actually put this in the kitchen, which was further away from the router, and I plugged in my VHF UHF antenna on it, and I tuned around VHF UHF range, the 2-meter band. I listened to the NOAA weather channels. I went to the UHF range to see what was happening, and the commercial part of it, 450, 460 megahertz, 70 centimeter also, and it was working great to get that at a distance, because now I can put this where the antenna is, and wirelessly it connects to my router, and I access from any PC the device. Now, before you buy one of this, I would probably just say wait a little. It has a lot of little things that are buggy. It tends to not be very reliable on Wi-Fi. It tends to have some glitches even connected through Ethernet. So I would say that for now, you might be more frustrated with this than be happy. But John Hudson at SDRplay has sent me an email saying, wait till we get more firmware updates, and that we iron out and fix the bugs in it. And when it's going to be better, then to give my impression of it. The impression I can give already somewhat is on the receiver. I've listened quite a lot with it in the last couple of days, and it seems to have the same good performance sensitivity as a standard SDRplay RSP device. So it seems to be pretty good at doing that. And the only thing I've seen today is on a VHF UHF range, I had to throttle down the RF gain because it overloads if I leave it too high, which is probably normal anyways, because around here there's tremendous amount of strong signals on that range. So anyways, playing around with this, having fun. It's fun that it is autonomous and can be plugged in somewhere, and as long as it's connected to your network, you have access to it with any device. It's really cool for that. So more to come on this, and I'm going to wait probably a few weeks to really talk about it seriously as a real review, as they fix the bugs to make it work better. But it's kind of a fun little device to play with for now. Okay. Let's check it out here. Okay, what do we have? What else do we have? Jeff King, I like my R9700DX. It's not a super DXer, but it does a decent job on shortwave medium wave. Batteries last a long time. Yeah, we talked about that. I'm maybe a little too far behind. Andrew Ross, John, K6RXD. Nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. Blugger Dice says the other thing about the slide rule analog radios like the R9700DX is that they don't have continuous coverage. The Texan can get CHU and WWV only on 5 megahertz. Highest frequency is 21850. That is a main issue of a lot of these radios. The problem is if you're a manufacturer and you're not knowledgeable in shortwave, but you're making a radio that is kind of an analog, or even there are some radios that have restricted ranges even on with a frequency display. What happens is that they often abide by the rule that the international broadcast bands as they are supposed to be. An example of that is if you would do a radio that listens to the 19 meter band, you don't know anything about shortwave, but you look at what are the regulations, you're going to end up with a radio that goes from 15,000 to 15,600. And even 15,100 to 15,600. And the problem is there's a lot of stations outside. There's a lot of stations that are above 600. And I mean, the highest, you go up to 825 for a WWCR, for example. And the reason they do that, a lot of them do it because they want to avoid the general, too many stations on the lower bands. But the problem is they're out of band. WRMI on 15770 is not in an international broadcast band. It's outside of it. When they complain, if they complain about interference from utilities, well, the problem is, those frequencies are for utilities. You're the one that's out of the bands. So a lot of these radios, unfortunately, don't have those ranges. So you get a radio and you're like, oh, I can't go down to this frequency range. I can't listen to that signal, one range where there's a few things that people like around 5 megahertz, like 50 kilohertz, for example. A lot of radios don't go there, but still there's some stuff there. And of course you miss out on 49 meter band is one where you'll not 41, well, 41 meter band, 7 megahertz. That's the one you're going to miss out too, because often they'll not go high enough to reach WRMI's frequencies up to 730 or things like that. And of course, like you said, CHU 7850. So a lot of these radios, unfortunately, are missing out, and sometimes missing out on stuff we actually want to listen to. Kevin Michael, I got Outpost Radio on 1270 kilohertz, Bear Island, Norway, via Kiwi SDR. Wow. With a QSL cards. EGDR 9700DX seems lacking on the volume for me. Is that a thing? Yeah, it could be. There's a lot of little portables that don't have the a very strong audio. Again, I hope this would work 100% with web browser, but it isn't, I think. It works well I've tried it on my Android tablet, my phone. The thing is, it's a stripped down version of the SDR Connect. It does the basic features to listen on the bands and works decently well. So it pretty much does it. What else do we have? Kevin Michael, WWVHY on 15 megahertz, and WWV Fort Collins, Colorado on the same frequency. Yeah, that happens regularly here. The Guinness, what's the price for the SDRplay device? It's retail. They're on their website. They put it at $499. $499. It might be lower once it's in stores. It is a complex piece of device. A lot of people are like, it's kind of expensive. Yeah, but you know, when I just weighing the box, there's a lot of stuff in it. It comes with a power supply. It's, you know, it depends what you want to do, honestly. But for now, it's kind of not ready for market. Kevin Michael, how do you convert a handheld scanner to P25 digital? There's no real way to do that because it's something that you have to, the decoder, there needs to be the decoder inside. The only way you could do something like that would be to like you could use an RTL SDR with SDR Sharp. They have plugins for it. So what else do we have? John Beckham, Mouse Paul the Cat. He's pretty good. Pretty good. He was on the living room couch taking a nap. Kevin Michael at 11 10-meter bands opening up again. A lot of AM SSB stuff from California and Texas. Sarah Westerdale, nice to have you here. Just need to get here. Okay. It shows the meter band as it scans when I bought it. Okay, wait. Question. When you scan on the Texan S2200X, as it scans, do you see the meter band or the signal strength, signal noise ratio measuring unit? It shows the meter band as it scans when I bought it. I swear would show the measuring units instead. I know that there's a meter band measure, but usually it's the signal strength that it shows on the display. Because here, if let me just check out here for just a second. I got it just here next to me. So, turn it on. So if I go into shortwave bands, so the signal strength indicator. Let me see here what I see. And if I scan, I'm just going to do this. Let's take it out of a single sideband. Yeah, it does. So when it scans, it does show the meter band every time it gets into a new band. So here, 60 for 60 meters. And as it's going to switch to 49, you'll see it briefly say 49. Here we go. And so it shows it briefly as it's searching for stations. But once it stops the scan, it reverts back to the signal to noise ratio. Signal to noise ratio. And if we click, just going to check it out here for display. Can you switch it to display? That's a clock. Yeah, it doesn't show the meter band when you're listening. But if I, let's say I'm going to punch in the frequency here. What about if I 11,800? Yeah, so when you punch in, so I just punched 11,800, it briefly shows you the meter band. So it showed me 25 for about a second, and then it returned back to the signal to noise ratio. So that's pretty much what it does from what I see here. So, what else do we have? Steve, 2E0WZL, nice to have you on board. Rob's radio channel, nice to have you here. Trusted, I did not know 15770 was outside the international bands. There's almost always some kind of programming on a frequency. I always learn something new. Oh yeah, there's tons of singles out of the bands. If you are on the 41 meter band, anything above 7600 is outside of the international broadcast bands. I'm almost wondering if it's not even 7500. You can go and check the meter bands. You can go like on Wikipedia and check what are the official ITU international broadcast bands, but there's a lot of out of band stuff. WWCR on 12160 is outside. I think it ends at 12100 for the 25 meter band. So there's a lot of stations that are outside of those ranges, basically. It's an old trick. You know, there's a lot of stations from the past. They would use these odd frequencies that would like be outside of, you know, these ranges, because what it would be doing is it would help in making their stations kind of, you know, outside of the interference of all the major stations. So they would use that trick to go outside to make sure that, you know, they can continue broadcasting without the interference of all the other stations jam-packed in the real meter band stations. Dave in Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? EA3IEK, David. SWLEA4998URE. Wasn't expecting you to get an RSP. I think it's quite a new product from SDRplay. We'll be able to use it remotely. Will we be able to use it remotely and listen to signals as they are in your QTH? Yeah, I might. Once it works well, I might make it available. If some people wants to try to tune around from here on the different bands, so we'll be checking that out with all of it when it works well. So yeah, it is a new product. It actually came out on the 27th. So I got it on Wednesday, and so Wednesday was the 27th. I got it like the day that it's supposed to be sold. EFOG3, nice to have you on board. From upstate New York. What else do we have? Kevin Michael says, I've noticed that the VHF bands are dead right now in the 2 meter and marine band. Or 2 megahertz or 2 megahertz in marine band. Or no, VHF 2 meters and marine band. No comms lately. 2 meter is very quiet. I had one repeater with activity when I was tuning around today. But 2 meter band is so quiet compared to, you know, the past when the scanner craze was there. You know, I have the impression that the scanner craze, when people started getting scanner radios, was also partly responsible for an uptick in amateur radio licensing, because some people hear the repeaters and the nets and would want to participate there. I mean, you know, I've been on the net on 2 meters maybe 3 or 4 times to test, mostly to test my little Yisu FT65 portable, because it's not really something that I'm interested in. But, you know, I see a lot of people saying, well, you know, these people on nets. Well, no, I respect that. I mean, it's part of amateur radio. If what you do is just want to be on the net, say hi to everyone, make friends. I mean, some make friends and have these radio groups, and they go out for get-togethers and so on. It's fine. It's not my thing. I'd rather be on HF and do talk to someone in Australia, but it's okay. But definitely the activity is way down compared to what it used to be. And even, activities that I miss so much. I remember here when they did the balloon launch a few times with a repeater on board of a weather balloon. The weather balloon reached 100,000 feet. And I mean, they were making contacts on 2 meters with, northern states of the U.S. and even New Brunswick. And it was crazy fun. I miss the amateur radio experimenting side that all of this was before. It seems that today no one's interested in anything anymore, and we're just it's like it gets boring at some point. Of course, like I always say, it'd be probably a good idea to if you don't hear or don't have things like that, to try to work with somebody and try to do one, for sure. So, RT Curtis, is your new SDR similar to a Kiwi SDR? Not entirely. It's not meant to be a multi-user thing. It's meant to be more of a remote radio, mostly for someone that wants to have his own radio somewhere where it's very quiet. It's not built, from what I see, it's not built like the Kiwi SDRs where you could have multiple users at the same time tuning. Now, that said, I was able to have two different frequencies running. I mean, I was listening to Shortwave on my PC, and through the web interface on the phone, I was able to get another frequency running at the same time. That worked. So it's capable of multiple users, but I don't think it can actually give access. If you have the port forwarding, I don't think. Well, now that I think about it, it's like I'm not sure. Could it have more than one user? That's an interesting question. I'll have to examine it more before I can really answer that question. Thank you, Rotten Animal, for the tip, and it's much appreciated. What else do we have? John Bickett still likes is Ceudon D808 radio. It's an amazing radio, honestly. Kevin Michael had a 30 to 50 megahertz band opening last week. CB type, maybe Australia and New Zealand. 27, 27.8, 27.9 megahertz marine band in Australia. Cool. Bob's Old Records. If I manually scan on the 880, it'll show what meter band I'm on unless I'm off band. Yeah, usually if you're off band, it doesn't show it anymore. See, Marchie, back in the 70s when I was a kid, my dad got me one of those crystal radio kits. The thing was amazing. I remember I had the crystal radio I got was the one, the Radio Shack kit, the Science Fair kit. It was a little radio with that little earbud. And I would put I would clip a long piece of wire on it, and I would ground it on the cold water pipe at home, and I would receive pretty much all of the Montreal AM stations, and I always found that to be so cool, so cool. That and one of the other experiments I loved, well, two things I loved. I had 150 in one kit, with the solar panels on top. They had 2 or 4 solar panels. I'm trying to remember. And one of the experiments was a AM radio that was solar powered. That was cool. I would make that, and then I would put the kit in sunlight in the summertime or even the wintertime in the window and listen to AM radio. And what I would actually do, I had a small, that I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys had that. Remember Radio Shack had a small little audio amplifier? It was a little thing that you could buy that you could plug in to amplify any audio. So those kits didn't have very strong audio. But what I would do is I would put a cable with the proper plug it into the Radio Shack audio amp, and now I'd be able to listen to the AM radio in my, in a room. So I that always made me, it was like cool, because I was like, oh man, I'm using solar power to, listen to AM radio. It's just so cool. And the other one, which was always funny, because I don't know how many times we fooled people with that. Back in the day, AM radio was popular here in Montreal. The most popular stations were on AM for talk radio. So on that 150 kit, they had a tone transmitter. So it was an AM radio transmitter, and it would transmit a tone. And so what I would do is I would put a really long wire as an antenna on it, and it would make that signal a lot stronger. And because it was a tone, it was really, really easy to hear at a certain distance. But the funny thing we would do, and I still remember, the first one was when I was at home and my mom was listening to the CBC on 690. And I put the kit not too far, but in a different room where she didn't see me. And I would put the tone over the CBC, and it would actually block out the CBC entirely. And of course, that never works with your own parents, because after about 10 seconds of my mom wondering what was happening, all I heard is her calling my name, because she knew I must have been part of the reason the radio was doing that. But what was cool is that the funniest one, I was with one of my friends, and I brought the kid over to his house, and her mom was listening to CKSC 730. And so I told my friend, I said, I'm going to play a joke on your mom. And so I put the tone over that station, and she was only hearing a tone. And she was like, hey, she would call us and say, hey, what's happening with the radio? You guys are listening? Why is that happening? All the other stations, she would tune around and say, well, the other stations are there, but when I get back to that frequency of CKSC 730, it's a tone. And then we started laughing, and we explained to her it was a little joke we were playing around. And she found it funny. She was like, oh, wow, you guys are doing that? Yeah. It's like, little jokes we're playing around with electronics. It was just fun. But I remember I would call my friends, and I'd make that tone. I remember putting when I had my shortwave, my 100, like something like 150 feet of wire outside, I remember I would power the transmitter in there with 12 volts instead of 9. And I would put my 150 feet of wire as an antenna. And man, it was heard for several streets. The tone was, making it on a clear channel, a frequency where there's nothing. A few of my friends, like 3 or 4 streets away, were hearing the tone. I found that so cool. I was like, wow, it makes that distance. I was truly a, radio geek. I found every aspect of it so cool and so much fun. So, Trustin, thank you so much for the tip. And yes, I hope that for everybody it is a nice way to spend a Saturday. And it's always kind of cool to be here. Kevin Michael, the weird band is 13 megahertz. North Korea with Voice of Korea on 13650. Man, I've been hearing North Korea a lot. I was almost complaining a year ago that North Korea was almost impossible to hear here. Well, now 11/7/10 around 15:16 UTC is always good. And at night at 04 to 05, the English language on 11/7/35 is always coming in super well here. I don't recall ever hearing North Korea much in the evenings. I remember me maybe once or twice on the 19-meter band, but I'm amazed. The propagation, like we said, is just cool. Lagardai says add a crystal radio, but no local. Oh, that's sad, because they do require quite strong signals to work well. If you had no local stations, oh man, it's like, well, this doesn't work. The first thing that probably comes out of your mind, well, this thing doesn't work. Toastinloaf, even though it happens a lot, it's interesting to notice that when you hear both WWV, WWVH at the same time. Yeah, it's always kind of cool. Kevin Michael, there are some outside of the 49-meter band to China, Korea, maybe above 6,200. Yeah, oh yeah. They're peppered all over the place outside of the bands. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands, AK4VO. He's building a transmitter today, and we'll test it on a small island far away from people. Cool. Cool. What else do we have? CB Punisher 1900, 11. Channel 11 on the CB band. Kamikaze, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Rob's Radio Channel. Will you be doing any Zoom shortwave tuning around in December? We'll be checking that out. I'll mention it. I have all your emails. I'll be checking that out, Rob. David says pretty cool. Oops, I went down a little too far. Gotta go back here. Okay. Pretty cool show. I think if you make your NRSP available to tune, I think I'll definitely spend time on it. Yeah, you'll see what's around. It's fun also to tune the, like, you know, on the Kiwi SDRs, tuning the medium wave band or tuning something local. Also see what's around where you are. See, Marchie says, I think in the south and west, 2 meter is increasing in interest. Artie Curtis, I missed the long-range ham satellites like AO10, AO13. Wants to talk to Singapore on 437 up and 2 meter down. John Beckham, I used to love to listen to all that CB skip. Yeah. CB Punisher, everybody go to 27385 lower sideband. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Australia to New York every night with 12 watts to grab your CBs and get ready to talk. I need to try it out with my Uniden 980 SSB. I've been Friday night. I've been surprisingly listening to CB a lot. There's a gang that has a private group. It all started this summer. There was it was Friday night. It was a really beautiful night outside, and I didn't feel like listening to shortwave. I wanted to do radio, something radio, but it's like, no, I don't want to listen to shortwave. It's like, no, that's not what I want to do tonight. So I was wondering what to do, and then I saw my CB, which I don't use a lot, my 980 SSB. And in the backyard on the metal shed, I do have a small mobile antenna that is, at first I thought it was very crappy. And I realized something on that night, that it actually is not as crappy as I thought. So anyways, I took out the 980 SSB, set it up outside in the backyard balcony, and plugged in the antenna. And I got on channel 27205, upper sideband. And there's a bunch of guys talking. And one seemed close, but the other seemed far away. And as I was listening, I decided I'm going to try a call, see if I make it. And to my big surprise, they heard me. So I told them where I was in Montreal, and that also surprised me because they told me they were all up north and 30, like anywhere from about 30, 40 50 kilometers distance. And there were a few that were not hearing me, but those with big antennas and a good setup, in 40 kilometers away were hearing me. Not very strong, but they were hearing me, which made me think, oh, my antenna is maybe not that bad, So anyways, because we made contact and talked for maybe, an hour, they made me, they gave me their secret CB group, and they don't pretty much never invite anyone. So I was like, oh, cool. And they're kind of a small, maybe 40, 50 people closed group, but they are on every Friday night, and they do what is called le réseau des hiboux, which in English would translate to the net, the howl net is what they would call it. So around 10 p.m. on Friday nights, they start their net. And I mean, they go on and on for hours. I mean, some will go to bed early, but last night I left it on while I was doing other things. I went to bed, it was about 1:30 in the morning, and there's still a few of them talking on that frequency. I actually said hi through their Facebook group saying I was hearing them and posted a little video of my Yaesu FTDX10, and they actually all said hi to me over the air when they saw my post. And so it's kind of cool. And I don't care if, that's the one problem I see too often of amateur radio operators poo-pooing the CB radio guys. And you know what? Half of them are amateur radio operators, and they do a lot of CB. And I still enjoy CB. I find it cool, personally. David's radio room. I still have my Radio Shack amplifier. Saw it is again the other day. It was kind of cool. The little amplifier was cool. Nick Amendola was bored and built an AM radio a few years ago with a 555 timer. V5 SAR Amnetics. Nice to have you on board. I think my Radio Shack 200 milliwatt audio amp is still kicking around here. Not as white as it once was. Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty sure I still have it somewhere in I've got a big surprise box. I got this crazy idea the other day. That box is full of junk. And I tell you, junk. But there might be some treasures in it. It's a huge box. I took the box, dumped all sorts of junk in it, and when I moved here, that box came here, and I swear, guys, I have not gone into the box since I live here, which means that box has been there 24 years. I have no idea what's in it. And I thought, that could be a cool live show. Take the box out and start taking things out of the box and see what exactly do I have in here. Maybe it'd be a fun live show to see the junk and the stuff that maybe I totally forgot I owned. One thing I wish and I hope that is in there, and I'm pretty sure it must be, my old Commodore calculator. You know, the ones with the little red LEDs on the display? I'm pretty sure I still have it. It's a calculator my mom gave me at Christmas around 1980. I mean, these were expensive back in the day. And I need to check it out. John Beckham, did you ever make what they call a foxhole radio, utilizing razor blade and number 2 lead pencil? No, I've never done that. I've heard and seen a lot of that, but I've never made one. Alessandro Navarro, nice to have you on board from Spain. Pretty cool to have you here. Ken Michael, I miss the days when I would get TV sound on 30 to 50 megahertz and 150 to 174 bands on the Juliet. Yeah. Oh, man. Does a transceiver may work as a receiver? I mean, if I can get HF 3 to 30 megahertz with a transceiver. Well, most transceivers today are also pretty good receivers and are full coverage. But if it's an old transceiver, you got to be careful because a lot of older transceivers made in the 70s, for example, are locked and only received amateur bands. But most modern today are also radios, also receivers. UT Radio says it's pretty hard to getting anything by our mothers. Yeah, I remember doing an experiment, and I had built a circuit that I had to plug in the mains, and I wasn't, I don't know, 15 years old. I wasn't very knowledgeable in using different parts. So the circuit that I would see the schematics use a transformer. And I thought the transformer I had purchased at the electronics store was going to be okay for what I wanted. But it was technically okay. It's just that I plugged it on the wrong side. I plugged the AC current where it should have been a 12-volt output instead of the 120 AC. And so when I plugged it in, there was like a big blue flash of light, and all the current went dark in the house, or a part of the house. And all I heard was my name called, like, Jill, what did you do? It was obvious it had to be me, unfortunately. Oh, man. John Beckham, I was a Electronics Illustrated junkie. Close enough. I don't think I've ever lived where there was more than a couple of AM broadcast stations for Crystal Radio Fun. Yeah, I was lucky for that, because here in Montreal, back in the day, just to give you an idea, strong AM signals, there was 600 CFCF, there was a CBC French 690, there was Sika C730, there was a Sika VL 850, there was CBC English 940, and there was 1280 CGMS. Those were the power, and Sika LM 1570. These were I had 7 really powerful stations, and probably, 8 or 9 weaker stations that could be heard. So on the Crystal Radio, the weaker stations I would not hear, but I'd hear all 7 of these. But the problem here was different, is that when you don't have too many AM stations, you listen to what you hear. But when you got 7, and the fact that these crystal receivers were not very selective, the ones that were close, like Sika SA730 and the CBC 690, were overlapping. I was not able to really get only one. There was always the other one in it, because they wouldn't be able to, the selectivity wasn't good enough. Lagardi says, I have cheap DSP radios now that only get 2 medium wave stations. Richard Wagner, 8992 USB CW. That's interesting. I wonder if I can hear that here. Oh, that's not CW. That's a radio teletype. There's a radio teletype signal on 8992. That's interesting. John Meckham, the sound in the Crystal Radio audio comes from electromagnetic waves. Yep. Paul Emmons, nice to have you here. I was a shorter listener in the 60s. Random Signals, nice to have you here. Hope all is well. I challenged the advanced exam and passed. Your turn. Okay. V3EC. I will check to do that. It's been something I've been looking at. I actually went a couple of times to do the exam online, and it's a rough one. I would need to be lucky actually to really pass it with the knowledge I have now. I really need to study a little, but yeah, I'll challenge accepted. I will check it out. Michael, nice to have you on board. Joseph, CB gets a bad rep. It's still fun though. A bit more wild, loudly than regular ham contacts, which has benefits and limits for sure. Tarek, nice to have you here from Cairo, Egypt. Talking of Cairo, Egypt, Radio Cairo is asking for reception reports. Jacob Fabo, my closest AM medium wave station is 200 plus kilometers away, likely not a chance with a crystal. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the HowlNet. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I feel like I'm in part of a private little exclusive CB club. The guys are really knowledgeable too. Huh? They're all using ham transceivers that have been modified for Mars to transmit on the channel 20. And thing is, it also was interesting because it made me realize with them that my 980 SSB CB is a little off frequency. They were actually telling me, because I had not noticed at first, because I didn't really listen to myself, but they made me realize it was off by about maybe 150 hertz. So that is also something I'm kind of thinking is there a way to calibrate my 980 SSB? Because I'd like to have it, on frequency. Kev Michael, there used to be a amateur TV, fast-scan TV on almost 24 hours on UHF here. It was transmitting from the top of the tower at the Olympic Stadium that we have here. And I've realized that it existed too late. When I realized it was something that existed, it stopped, and I never had the time to set up properly to listen to it, to watch it. So unfortunately, and I've never heard of any fast scan TV or in recent years over here. David's Radio Room. As a ham, I still do CB. Radio is radio. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Radio is radio. For sure. John Beckham, my friend, and I have 5-watt walkie-talkies, and we used to reverse our transmit. I did that too. We'd have our own channels. That I remember doing. And I could still do. I still have the CB radios. In fact, yesterday I kind of restarted watching the first season of Stranger Things. Because there's so many things in it that is fascinating. And every time I watch it, there are little things that I've not noticed before. And I still remember my nephew posting on Facebook, taking pictures and posting on Facebook. My uncle has the walkie-talkies that they use on Stranger Things. They have crystals. And I could still do it if I would like to, because I still have them here. I got two 40 channel CBs, and I've got the TRC 214, and I've got another one. I got two TRC 214, and I've got 240 channel CBs, and I put batteries in them from time to time, rechargeable batteries. It's crazy when you think about it. You feel like you have to put 12 batteries in it, 10 batteries, sorry, to have the 12 volts. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to put 10 rechargeables in it. And it's like these things took a lot of power. Batteries weren't lasting that long, especially when you were transmitting with them. Man. Toast and love hearing the RTTY on 8992. Let's see if I missed out on something. Okay. There we go. John Mickham says, my friend and I have at 5 watts of walkie-talkies. We used to reverse our... Yeah, okay, that's what we talked about. David, a box full of excitement. Yeah, I don't know what's in there. It would be a total surprise. I'm sure I'm going to find things I'm going to be like, oh, wow. And I'll have stories probably with all of the junk of, oh, this I found, or this. Because in there's stuff I found over time. There's stuff I purchased, all sorts of things that I purchased hoping to do something that I've never done or never used. So, yeah. UTV and ham, KD9WNV, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. R. Dot says, most hams started in CB but won't admit it. Started in the CB in the 70s. I'm glad they approved FM. Plus, I don't think there is a valid reason nowadays to keep CBs at 4 or 5 watts. Yeah. But, it's unlicensed, so they don't want to take a chance also at the same time. See, March, she says, I have a G90 radio. I've heard there is a mod to let it work on 11 meters. Yeah, possibly. Maybe in this, like a lot of AM gear, you have what they call the Mars mod, which opens up the radio on every frequency. Sorry, guys. All right. Take care, Andrew Ross. Ricardo Blanco, do you think the Texan PL990X and 680 are a good shortwave combo? Absolutely. Let me check here if there's anything on the bands. So this is... Get signal from 15 megahertz WWV. Yeah, 8992 is usually EAM, but maybe they are sending RTTY. Yeah, I don't think... Well, could they be doing it? Yeah, technically they could be doing it. But maybe it's some other signal also. Or because it's kind of weird. We'll know if it is the case. If we don't hear any AEIMs, any talk in upper sideband on 8992, yeah, it's possibly them. But if we hear some talk, then we'll know that it's some other utility. John Beckham says, so Joseph says 8992 kilohertz upper sideband coming fairly weak, San Francisco. John Beckham remembers 3 of the more popular CB base antennas, ground plane, super magnum, and a big stick, as well as 3-element and 5-element beam. Yeah, the famous 102-inch CB whip also is a hell of a popular one. I think I still have the 102-inch whip here somewhere. Maybe that could be an interesting thing to set up. Ricardo Blanco says, greetings from Suomi, Finland. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Gurf or Jerf. Gurf started out as a big-time CBer in the 70s, early 80s. I went to the FCC office and took the ham test, passed ignition, general, and advanced on the same day. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. Bruce Corbett, N9BH, started with a CB in 68 with, I think, 5 channels. We had call signs. Then mine was KBP 2394. In my area, channel 1 was the call channel. I still remember when there was that, what were they called, React? That group that would monitor channel 9 for emergencies. This went on here for, I don't know, maybe the early 2000s. It's not monitored anymore. But I remember there was, not that long ago, like, 10, 15 years, still someone monitoring channel 9. Blogger Die, sunset in 4 minutes. Here the sun is set in about 40 minutes ago. John Beckham says, I had visions of studying electronics so that I might be able to restore vintage stereo. Just as I think Fastcan TV was a passing fad, I did it for a few months, then lost interest. Nobody wants to see me. Man. Yeah, Bruce. Didn't take long for handles to replace the call signs. V5 SAR Amnetics. The only reasonable priced ATV transmitter I know of is the MFJ 8708, and with MFJ shutting down, stock will undoubtedly become limited. Yeah. Blogger Die is CB license. We're KCR 4303 and KXX 7070. Wow. John Beckham. Let me just re-find this. Do you remember the Dynacom 5-watt walkie-talkie from Lafayette Radio Electronics back in the day? Rings a bell. I might have seen that somewhere. Yeah. Alabama Red joined again live. I found a great deal yesterday on eBay. Got a like-new used orange Texan PL368 with free shipping for $35. That's a good deal. Thought it was a great deal. Have a great weekend. Yeah, $35. Good deal. Definitely. Dustin Love, the RTTY signal was much weaker here than the voice announcement, so I guess a different station. Okay, that's interesting. So something else is on the frequency. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. Didn't know we were on today. Thought you would be on next week. So, yeah, it's every Saturday. Every Saturday. David says we have quite an active small group of hams doing ATV here in Barcelona. Actually, they're also doing DATV now, digital ATV. And we even have a DATV repeater. Wow. Lots of stuff happening there. Kevin Michael, back in 1991, I did a contact on 11-meter band from Hawaii to Alaska, also to South Korea, doing skip opening in SSB mode. Wow. V5 SAR Amnetics, React, Radio Emergency Associated Communication Teams website still seems current. Yeah, well, I know that there are some places it seems to still be active. Here in Montreal, it isn't anymore, but there are places I've seen that it's still active. Donnie, Shortwave Radio DX. Nice to have you on board from Yonkers, New York. Brad Shaver, does anyone know where I can buy the Texan S2200X? Can't find it on Amazon. You buy it on Onco. And Onco is where to go. Here's the website I'm going to share with you. This is where you buy, and Onco is where you buy all Texan radios. They have a great, great service. It's fast shipping, And if you got any problems, Anna is amazing. So Anonco is where you get the Texan S2200X. They're back in stock. They were out of stock for a few weeks, but now they're back in stock again. I'd be curious to know how many they're selling. There seems to be out of stock quite regularly. Ken Michael had a Royce 23 channel back in the 70s. Wow. Ger says almost everything MFJ is out of stock. Keeping my fingers crossed that someone bought out MFJ and is going to keep it going. Yeah. You know, it's like the store that I went to, the Offset radio shop that I made a video this week. The guy's 85. I'm pretty sure that, you know, it's the last of any repair shops today. The guy will repair anything. If you've got an old, you know, I was talking to him about my Grundig, my 1969 Grundig satellite transistor 6001. I mean, he's going to fix it if I bring it to him. He's kind of expensive for repairs, but then again, he's the only one around. There's nobody else you're going to bring it to. And, I mean, you know, the first thing I thought is he's 85, and he's actually in top shape. And I was very privileged that he actually told me I could go and make a video of the back store where he repairs the radio. And, you know, first thing came to my mind is if that guy passes away or gets sick, that store is nobody else is going to take that. The store's going to be closed. The shop's going to be gone. It's what happened to most shops, actually. I had one. So when I would purchase my All-American 5 tube radios, I had a. I need to bring them out for one live show and put them here. I've got 7 or 8 All-American 5s, and plus the Westinghouse right here. So when I would get them from a lady at a church. There was a church downtown Montreal, the St. James Church, where every Thursday afternoon they had a bunch of people selling stuff. And there was this old lady that had these little All-American 5 tube radios. I don't know where she would get them from. And she would sell them for like, you know, $3, $4. So every Thursday I would go there. And, you know, she's so funny because she knew I was looking for that. So every week that she didn't have anything, she's like, no radios this week. Oh, okay, no problem. See you next week. But when she had one, most of them should tell me doesn't work. And I mean, for $3, I don't care if it doesn't work. I'll see what I can do. So I would buy it from her and bring it here. And where I live here, I tell you guys, 10 minutes walk distance. Not even. There was a old repair shop of radio and TV. And we're talking, I don't know, 2005. And the guy had all the tubes you needed. I mean, he had a wall of tubes. So I would go there and he'd have tubes. Some of them brand new, never used. Some of them he took from radios that people didn't want anymore. And so back in 2005, the guy that was in that shop was 80 years old. It was his shop for like 50 years or something. And I was sad because one day when I got one of those little cheap radios that didn't work, I needed tubes. And, because they all had the same tubes. So what I would do is just take the tubes from another radio, put it in this radio. And if it turned on and worked, it's like, okay, one of the tubes is burned. So then I just one by one replace until it doesn't work. And one of the last All-American 5s that I picked up for like $3 or $4, I got there and there was a little paper in the window saying, closed for, the guy had deceased. The guy had died. And that thing, nobody took that. It just disappeared and wasn't there after 3 or 4 months. It was empty. There was nothing in it. And I was sad because it was like, well, this was a close. But this is what happened to these shops. None of these shops, if you think about it, if you guys had some of those shops around you, ever notice they were all old guys? And that's what happened to most of them. It's, okay, the guy died and, well, the shop is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Because there's pretty much nobody today opening a shop to repair stuff, really. Except, phone repairs and computer repairs. But for any other type of repairs, nobody gets their big screen TV repaired anymore. One of the latest closures of a repair shop. So I have a store called Addison Electronics, which is a surplus electronics store, not very far from here. I go there regularly. The other corner of that same street, there was a repair shop. They would repair TVs and all sorts of appliances. So I noticed for the first time about 2 months ago that it shut down. And since I go to Addison Electronics every year, at least several times a year, it means it isn't that long ago that it shut down. But I know why it shut down. A friend of mine had a 70-inch Sony TV, flat screen, everything. And he said, I want to have it repaired. So I told him, I said, well, one of the places I know close to here was, that shop there. He went, and then when he came back, he called me and said, I'm not going to have it repaired. And I said, why? He said, the TV cost me $1,200. They looked at it and they said, first of all, they already knew the problem because they said that TV had a specific issue, which was always the same, and that's why it was not working. They told him, we have to change the board, and it's going to cost you $700 for the repair. And when he called, he said, I just can't believe you charged $700 to repair. He said, yeah. That's also something I kind of find sad on some of the repair shops today. They don't take, the good old repair days. If it was a transistor on the board or a chip on the board that was dead, they, desolder the chip and replace it with another chip, which meant the part was not very expensive. Now today it's, oh, well, we have to order that board. Yeah, but why don't we, you don't know what part on the board is burnt out? You can't change just that part? No, let's replace the board. It's easier. It's just, a couple of wires to unplug, put the board back, put the wires back. Here it works. But ordering the board costs a lot more. So it's like I told him, I said, yeah, I was expecting that was going to happen. And unfortunately, that's why nobody gets anything repaired today. Okay. What else? Remember Lafayette radios? I had a few in the 70s, says Kevin Michael. No problem, Brad Shaver. RJ Dakota says, I have a couple of radios and a stereo from Lafayette Radio Electronics. So I should take the store, says Joseph. John Beckham, Lafayette Radio and Electronics was out of Syosset, New York, Jericho Turnpike back in the day. I remember Lafayette catalogs that I would see and all the stuff. Yeah, there's not a lot of people that have the knowledge today to repair anything. You know, there was I was totally amazed. There was a series of articles in the local newspaper here about how first graders have no skills compared to us at the same age. And they're saying that it all has to do with now how society works with them on a computer or mostly a tablet or a phone. And they don't do things we did. You know, we are the generation, for a lot of us, what did we do? When I was young, even though I had some technology, I would still go out and play. I'd go out with my friends, play baseball, play hockey. We would do things. I'd build circuits and build stuff. So our dexterity, our capacity of doing things was good. They're saying today that they don't play much. They don't do things. They're saying that in some schools, they have to give them bigger pencils because since they do not do anything with their hands, the dexterity that they have is not good. And small pencils like we used are hard to manipulate for them with their fingers. And I was like, what hell of a society are we going to have in 20, 30 years from now with kids unable to do even the most basic things? It's almost scary when you think about it. What else do we have? David says MFJ made many unique accessories and radio peripherals, many of them really useful. Not being able to purchase them, besides on the used market, will definitely be quite a huge loss to radio. Yeah. Kevin Michael says I have the Grundig City Boy 20 medium wave and FM radio handheld mini. It is hot on AM and medium wave every night. Blackadai, I have some old tubes. Any suggestions on what to do with them? Oh, you can easily sell them. People will want them. I didn't take the time. I used to have I had a huge box full of tubes here. And eventually just, departed from it. James Binder, my wife's uncle had a camera shop in Chicago and it opened until he passed in 92 and 2018. It was one of the last year in the city. Yep. Gerf says, finally broke down and bought a tube tester at a Hamfest. Had to fix it, but it works now. It's pretty cool. Take care, UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV. John Beckham, Radio Shack Division of Tandy Corporation. Dustin Love, I worked at several repair shops over the years, and they're all gone now. Yep. Matt says, MTK2, I took my dad's 1930s radio to a place like that about 8 years ago to get fixed. It was tended by a guy in his 80s. About 5 years ago, I drove by where the shop was, and it was closed. It's pretty much all of that. It's happening. Our dad says, you're right, Jill, but electronics aren't serviceable like they were. My friend fixes radios, but his bench is like a laboratory. He's an electrical engineer. The old tube radios were easier to fix. Yeah, and, even the older transistor radios were easier to fix too. They were kind of very straightforward. I remember, I had an uncle that was a TV radio VCR repair guy. He lived his life with that. And I still have it here on a shelf. I have my old Zenith VCR from 1984, the first ever VCR we had at home. That thing cost like $1,000 in 1984. And it still works. I need to take it out one day and put a tape in it. We had it repaired once, and the only problem it had is, of course, the strap inside, that over time you need to have it changed. But the rest was okay. And my uncle was telling me how he loved the good old electronics from, the 70s and 80s, because they had room to fix stuff. It wasn't all jam-packed like today, and that they were so much easier to fix than today's electronics. Blast Owl, your t-shirt design looks cool. It's a dog transmitting 1 kilowatt. On your t-shirt, looks like a dog transmitting. It's this is CKUT. It's the CKUT 90.3 FM shirt. Let me just get up. So there's kind of a dog, yeah. And so it's kind of a depiction of the city, the Olympic Stadium here, and so on, different parts. With the radio tower on top of Mont Royal. And so it's CKUT's 90.3 FM shirt. Yeah, but they don't want to do that. They don't want to work out, Rob. Today they don't want to work out what's wrong on the board. Jean Arash, what if your Yeezu is a problem? Is there still a place where they can fix it? What I would do is I would call Yeezu, and or write to Yeezu, and I would ask, okay, my radio's a problem. Where do I send it in? And they probably have places that are going to say, well, you could send it in here or there. I suspect that it will probably be, I'll probably would have to send it by mail or by, shipping to some repair shop somewhere that repairs Yeezu stuff. I don't even think anybody in the city here would repair it. Like or Die, I got all my parts from Lafayette, Allied, and pulley packs. John Beckham, I have 380s vintage AM FM stereo receivers, and I found a technician with 50 years experience. Got lucky. Or Dad, you need special optics and tools to fix newer radios, like ICOMs and Kenwas. Oh, definitely. Printed circuit boards are hard to see, especially as you get older. Yep. I would not open my Yeezu and touch that at all. Radio Kids, same thing for shoe and leather repair. There was once in a shopping center where I grew for decades. Mom used to get her stuff repaired even recently. Guy died a year ago. Store still empty. I mean, I remember my friends back in the 80s with our TV. TVs were expensive. A 20-inch TV, was like $400, $500. And I still remember one of my friends. They had a 26-inch color TV. It still had tubes in it, and I remember them calling the TV repair guy that would go at home fix their TV. I probably seen the repair guy 2 or 3 times. They would not buy a new TV; they would have it repaired. That's a lot of what we would do back in the day, and it's pretty crazy when you think about it. Yeah, Michael, I know Gel TV is not worth getting repaired. It's crazy. Imagine all the waste. Danny Shortwave, Gen X is the last generation to bridge into the internet. I grew up on a rotary phone, and now we have smartphones. Yep. 54 Cal says the circuit board for my train furnace was $500 just for the board. Yep. Pretty crazy when you think about it. Pretty crazy. Marvin Mont's medical school dean complained that new doctors cannot do surgery very well, no dexterity, but are graduated anyway. That's scary. That sounds like Dr. Nick on The Simpsons. Realistic stereo receivers. I always wanted one. We had so the stereo receivers that I owned, that not necessarily owned but used over the years. I had a Lloyd's stereo receiver with 8-track cassette. It was the first ever that I've seen, that I've used and listened to music on. Then my dad purchased a Sears all-in-one stereo with 8-track cassette, 4-track cassette, and turntable. Then we moved on to my brother had a Kenwood stereo. And finally, I purchased a Fisher Studio Standard stereo with CD player in the early 90s. Pretty amazing. All these things. Pretty crazy. Okay, Michael, if I found a store with shortwave, I would jump 50 feet, would be happy. You know, that offset place that I showed the video this week, I was surprised. The guy has a Texan PL330, and so when you enter, there's a glass. I should have shown it a little more. There's a glass window, and behind it, there is a Texan PL330 and XH Data D808. I was like, hey, he's got some modern stuff here. That's decent. So I could get technically one of those radios there. It also had a St. Gian ATS 405. Radio Kid, I donated old tubes my grandfather left me to TV Museum in Maryland. Our dad, we have inner city high schools in my area that have a course on developing your signature. Signing in script was the first thing the nuns taught us in first grade. Yeah. I still remember how I was always being picked on, saying, right, you know, that's ugly. You got to do it again. It's not beautiful. And man, and you're writing over and over and over, and you know, having to stay on the line when you're writing. that gives us skills. I was not good at it because I was always going too fast. You know, if I go slowly, I was able to do very nice things, but I'm the guy that wanted to do it fast, so I was always like, it was all crooked and wavy on the line. It was like, I still remember, like in 2nd to 3rd grade, they wanted me to pass a eye exam because they were saying, look at the way he writes. He must not see well. It's like, no, I see well. I just do it too fast. Okay, Michael, we had writing and history in school when we grew up. Yeah, old tube radios. Gert says old tube radios are also good at shocking the crap out of you. Oh, God, yes. I got my share of electric shocks over time. BT radio. When we were little, our mothers kicked us out of the house for the day. Now mothers are getting arrested letting the kids walk to the store. Yeah. And there's like no... but, you know, it's... Even, you know, my mom never kicked me out of the house, but my friends were outside. So I had, even though, you know, even when I got my, like the Commodore VIC-20 and stuff like that, I wouldn't stay all day inside. My friends were outside. I had some friends. We would do stuff, and we'd go to the park, and I wanted to go outside and wanted to do things out of just a computer. Where today they're on their tablet, their phones, and their devices, and they don't want to do anything else than that. Which is like they don't have an incentive or an interest in going outside playing or doing stuff. Which is weird because that's not what it was in my day. In my day, going outside was kind of cool. Actually, in my day, my mom was, yelling all the time because when it would get like dark at 9 p.m. in the summer, it was like, okay, you got to get in. It's getting dark. It's like, oh, and I would yell like, oh, 15 more minutes, please. And she was like, no, now, come on, go home. You didn't want to get home. You didn't want to go home. You were having fun with your friends, It's something we don't see anymore today. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. John Beckham, I remember when the transistor radio was very new and extremely in demand. The more transistors the radio had, the better. Yeah. It's like tube radios. You had the All-American 5s, which was the cheapest junk made. And the real good radios, well, they had a couple of more tubes because they had a few more circuits that would, improve sensitivity and selectivity and, do other stuff. And not just be a straightforward, radio. I mean, those American 5s were like the Christmas lights here. They were all strung in a series. All 5 tubes would equal 110 volts. But man, they were the cheapest thing around. Gareth says, yes, Radio Shack was great to find quick electronic parts. Now I have to use eBay and wait days to get the parts I need. Yeah. I was lucky because I was living here next to Edison Electronics, and they had tons and tons of surplus parts. And actually, I was lucky because Radio Shack was expensive with its parts. So if I needed a transistor, for example, I remember building a circuit where I needed two N2222 transistors. And at Radio Shack, you had a pack with one, which was like $3. I would go to Edison Electronics. They had a little pack with 10 of them inside, and it was 99 cents. So I was like, I was lucky. I was living next to a place where, wow, it doesn't cost me a lot. Man, when all the wires, all the antennas that I put up, that surplus electronics, I remember going there for wires. There was one, I remember, like braided wire, something like 18 gauge maybe, 16 or 18 gauge, and I was using that all the time. It was very flexible cable, and they had a roll of 100 feet for like $2.99, so it's like $3. I would go there every time I would go there. I'd buy a roll of 100 feet, even if I didn't need it, because it was so cheap. Radio Kid, I like really stick stereo receivers. I had one sitting just to my left now. RJ Dakota, yeah, could find any electrical device from Radio Shack all the day down to the componentry. Yep. Brad Shaver, my mom left me a Zenith tube radio from the 40s. Bridge cabinet sound is great, but the cord needs to be replaced. Kevin Michael, remember Itachi VCR from the 70s. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board. John Beckham, my WX50 says my uncle also did TV repair back in the late 50s. Yeah, house calls. They had to. I mean, those TVs were so darn heavy. You had to go fix them at home. You couldn't take that out of there. A 26-inch TV back in the day would weigh 150 pounds. John Beckham, capacitors can leak in the old stereo amps and receivers, unfortunately. Roger Dakota, remember the first 8-track player, the sound wasn't really that good? Nope. And if it was misaligned, you'd hear the other tracks, but in reverse, playing slightly in the background while listening to your songs. First ever tape I've listened on a 8-track player. They were my brother's tapes. And it's when I started listening to music. First ever, Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd. Second, Manfred Mann's Herd Band, Solar Fire. And I listened to those tapes I don't know how many times. Kevin Michael, remember 20-inch would be 300, 400 back in the 70s. Oh yeah, they were expensive back then. And you know, the repairs back then were not that expensive. You'd have a $400 TV, but the guy would go and fix it, and it cost you $50. $50 versus, you know, $400 for a new one. You'll pay $50 to fix it. What else do we have? Blogger Dice says, I have St. Jean ATS 405, nice radio to use, but a bit deaf with just the whip antenna. Yeah, I got one here too. David in Barcelona says, we're still at least one i5 repair shop remaining here in Barcelona. Some time ago, there were quite frequently, as I built my i5 system from used components. Heard that there were 5-6 convenience stores in the 60s, 70s in my town. You could walk in and use tube testers. Yeah. James Binder, I'm left-handed and my handwriting cursive is horrendous. Yeah, and not counting that there back in the day, there's some schools where, you know, like my sister had to go through that. Some schools would force you to write with your right hand, even if you're left-handed, because they were like, it was abnormal. It was like, you know, stupid stuff of the day. VT Radio, All American 5 radios can give a small shock through the case. Yep, that's why I several of the ones that I have here, what I did is I put a polarized plug, because anyways the cables that came with them were like completely eaten off. The insulation would just fall off. And so what I did is I replaced with a polarized plug. So if I touch an American 5 and touch something else, I'll not get a shock because it's on the neutral. Which is a good thing. If you have American 5 tube radios, replace the plugs with a polarized plug. Make sure that it is that you install it correctly for the polarity, and it removes the electric shock issue. John Beckham, you mentioned that you never had a radialistic stereo receiver, but a Radio Shack stereo of the month was always a good place to start looking. I would look at the stereos in the catalog, I remember, and thinking like, wow, if I had the money, I'd like to buy my own and buy one of those. They look so cool too. Yeah, when the street light come on, it's time to go home. Matt says, with the internet, there's no more boredom. That's why we went outside as kids. That and to get out of stuffy homes. Every place is air conditioned now. Yeah. Yeah, that's also true of that fact that, you know, I mean, in the 80s, we didn't have air conditioning. So when it was really hot, we'd go to the swimming pool, the public pool. I lived next to a public pool. We'd all go to the public pool, spend all afternoon there. We'd always be outside. I'd add one more comment. Most high schools in my area had a radio or ham club or a school radio station. Our high school had a TV station, which I don't see anymore. Huh. Should Wagner signal on 8992 is at 8993.6 and another at 8994.5. So it's pretty cool. Let's go here. So great people here and need more likes. Yeah. Jean Arrache, I saw a report on the Radio-Canada TV where they said kids were getting myopia due to not playing outside and spending time in front of screens. Yeah, you know, there's a thing with computers and high fatigue. There's a thing that, you know, needs to be. Our eyes are meant to see at different distances. And one of the things I remember when I was repairing computers, I would read a lot of, you know, stuff about, you know, of all aspects of the computing world. And I remember reading an article like in 2000-ish that they were saying that when you use a computer, every 30 minutes, you should spend a couple of minutes looking at something in the distance. Because your eyes are not made to focus on one specific thing for long periods of time. They're made to focus on different distances of the world around us. It's a 3D world. And it's still true today. And imagine if you spend, you know, time on a tablet all the time or your phone all the time. Kevin Michael, the Wards Airline 8-track back in the 70s. BSR turntable, first stereo, and later Armin Carden. Yeah. Yeah. So I need to refill my orange juice, apparently. Yeah, Kev. Well, I went to public beach, and you were at public pool, and you went to the beach. Yeah, I missed the Radio Shack too. They finally closed down the what was so here in Canada when the Radio Shack changed to the Circuit City things. There was still a store at where I purchased all my little, you know, like the realistic radios and stuff. It was still there, and the Source by Circuit City at first, and then it became just the Source. And it shut down about a year ago, so I don't even have that, and I didn't go there anyways. It's funny because it had the feel of the Radio Shack because of the walls and the way things were positioned. It was obviously the same structure, the same tablets, the same way. It's just that now they're selling cell phones and computers and stuff. No more gadgets and parts. And when they closed down, actually, there's things that we purchased. I haven't done it in a long time, but I used to do a lot of model rocketry, and I needed those little, you know, motors. And today, those little motors for the rockets are like dreadfully expensive. Here, a pack of 3 is like $20. So I went there maybe 6 months before it closed, and I looked. And they had the rockets. They had the motors for the rockets, and they were C65, which is the ones that I use usually with my small rockets. And they were clearing them. It was 3 motors, a pack of 3 for 99 cents. So I called my nephew because he also had some rockets, and I said, hey, if you want a really amazing deal, it's time. I just purchased 10 packs. Packs of 3 motors, 99 cents. It's time to get them. So I was like, you know, the guy at the store, you know, today they're all ignorant at these stores. The guy at the store says, what do you do with those? Well, you don't even know what those are, and you're selling them. It's like, yeah. Pretty cool. Jerry Hart says, I still have a small transistor radio with the Conrad. Jer says, Radio Shack parts tended to be a little inferior. Doesn't look, we usually regretted having to cart off the house. Yeah. Yeah, the old TVs, they weigh a ton. Absolutely. Pretty crazy when you think about it. Jay Dakota says, we had several Oscalls on the Zenith, especially the old Crosley, and they were both beasts. Yeah, the rotary phone. I had one of those, the black one. It seemed everybody had the same one. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board from Northwest England, G6PGV. John Beckham, at one time the TV repairman was big. Yeah. I mean, they did a lot. They did a lot back in the day. My uncle, bought a house and lived his life with the repair shop, and I mean, had a great life too. Back in the day, it was good, really a good business. We were talking about that with Offset. I was talking about computer repair. I'm not interested in computer repair anymore because back when I started in 2000, a computer was $1,500, $2,000. So for the amount of money that I charge, because if you want to make a living, you got to charge a certain amount of money. You have no choice. And then you add the parts and all of that. So in 2000, a $2,000 computer, if the repair was, $220, it was fine. It's less than a computer. But today, you got computers that are $400. But yet, if you look at the parts and the time that you put in and, you have to charge, then you get to a repair at $200. It's half the price of a PC. What the hell do you do? It's like they're going to just look at you and say, well, I'm going to buy a new computer. Why spend that much money? So, it's not worth it anymore. Boyd Mason Lake, a Gradic Satellite 700 will arrive to my QTH on Monday. I'm anxious to see how it does versus my Sony ICF 2010. Cool. Have fun. Have fun. Ricky says, for their handwriting, I sign my name so infrequently now, it really looks terrible anytime I have to do it. Same here. I don't remember when I signed my name last. Dang. It was, I wrote something the other day and noticed that I don't write almost ever. And that I'm kind of losing the capacity to write correctly. I actually found that it was like, wow, I'm kind of losing that habit, that writing skill. I don't do it enough now. RJ Dakota was originally left-handed, and I was rethought to use my right hand. Justin, remember recording songs off the radio just about drive you nuts trying to hit record. Yeah. Richard Wagner, the old hot chassis AC. Yep. Reel-to-reel tapes. Yeah, John Beckham. Ricky says, as for kids and devices, I'm happy to report all the parents around me have strict limits on that for younger kids. My niece, for example, loves going to the playground, painting, coloring. Oh, that's good. She's going to have the skills. It might end up giving her a big advantage later. Kevin Michael, my 8-track did the same. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Meet the Beatles. C. Marchi, my grandfather, reel-to-reel recorder. Wow. Doesn't allow signing my name. Yeah, that's pretty much what we all do. It's pretty much all the only thing we do now. Danny Shortwave, when it was hot, we would often open up a fire hydrant with a sprinkler cap and cool off playing on the street. Different Gear TV. A lot of people and kids don't think it's safe to play outside anymore. Maybe the COVID with rubber gloves and masks hasn't helped that either. You know, there was a... it's interesting because there was a article about that on a TV show, the documentary or something, where they were talking about, you know, the scare of your kids outside. It's always been there. I mean, you know, we'd all see the same thing. It's like one day some crazy guy is kidnapping kids or something. And I mean, we had those here too. We had, you know, I remember the 80s, there was 2 kids that disappeared in a short amount of time around Montreal, and they were never found. To this day, they are still never been found. And you know that creates a mindset. You know, you see that on the news, on TV. Now my kid's playing outside, and there's this crazy guy kidnapping kids. And you know what's going to happen, and you know they're probably dead. And it is and they were saying in that documentary, what the problem with that is that if you look at the statistics of that happening, it's, you have more chances of dying or you having a million other things happen to you than being kidnapped by someone. And but that mindset gets so strong, and the parents just, you know, focus on it, and it's like, you know, well, you know, you're not going to go out anymore because there's these crazy guys kidnapping kids. But in reality, and many places where people don't let their kids go out because of that, chances of that happening are almost non-existent. And it's really a fear that just, you know, isn't necessarily always logical. I mean, you know, and, you know, we were taught, I mean, I would not have gone into, you know, a unknown guy's car. Then again, I say that, and when I was 15, I would meet up with unknown guys in their cars with CB, but I guess, you know, that's a different thing. Oh, you don't have candy, but you have CB radios. Oh, oh man. But you know, it is, and it's understandable. I mean, you see the crazy guys that kidnap kids, and it scares the parents. You don't want anything to happen to your kids, for sure. You know. Yeah, it could happen sometimes. The stream on maybe the browser sometimes freezes or stuff like that happens. Yeah, it could happen, definitely. So, Ron Animal, I see videos of parents smashing their kids' PlayStations and Xbox for playing all day. PVM, thank you for all your insightfulness. John Bickham, sounds like my eyes. Kevin Michael, the pool is the place to be for us too. Yeah. RJ Dakota, I draw a lot of printing, and writing is now something I do a lot now. Blogger, the only video game console I ever had was the Pong clone. Yeah, I had the Pong clone too. A lot of us had that Pong clone. But I got a VIC-20. I got a first computer. I was about 14. 13, 14. I got a VIC-20. But it wasn't, you know, I mean, I loved the thing, and I did a lot with the thing. But I would go outside still and do stuff. Just as bad stuff has happened to kids for years, just people didn't talk about it. Like in the 60s, 70s, I grew up in a very rural town in Missouri. I had a couple of bad things happen to me. Danny Shortwave says, yes, model rocket engines are expensive now. I used to build rockets when I was a kid. Yeah. Ricky says, my nearby the Source X Radio Shack store also closed recently. The rest have been rebranded as Best Buy Express. Oh, really? So now that's what they are called? Wow. Yeah, Estes brand, rockets, and launcher. I got my first experience with model rocketry with a physics kit that had something like 200 experiments. One of them was about rocketry. And you built your rocket. And the only thing they didn't provide in the box was the rocket engines. And so I was lucky because my brother worked at a warehouse for a hobby shop. And I mean, they were the ones giving hobby shops around Montreal all this stuff. It was huge. So I looked at my brother and I said, do you know what rocket engines are for this? And he said, oh, yeah, we have some at the warehouse I work. I'm going to bring you some. And because he was working there, he had like a special price. So that was my first time ever with model rocketry. And we did a lot in the 90s as my nephews were growing up. It was a main attraction. Me and my nephews were like, my nephews would like every time we'd see each other, it was like, when when are we going to send out more rockets? They were like, they loved the stuff, and they'd love. So Uncle would bring him to the park, and we'd launch, rockets and have fun. We'd do all sorts of weird things and experiments, and it's kind of cool. Those were great times. Now today, to be honest, back in 1990 and 1992, 3, 4, 5, 6, you'd send rockets in the middle of a park here in Montreal, and nobody would ever ask you anything. I, honestly, in 2024, am scared that if I go out at the local park and launch a couple of rockets, the cops are going to come over. We're at that place now. It's like somebody somewhere is going to call the cops. First computer was a TRS-80, 2013 general use. Nice to have you here. Yeah, and the old tube receivers, changing the capacitors and stuff is important. So, Brad Shaver looks forward to this show every week. Yeah. But it's still probably safer to play outside as a kid than a lot of other stuff could happen. I think there's a overhype on it, but there's also a overhype on the heightened security. But today, the thing is we were always, most of the time we were a gang. Though, I often went alone to play in the park and stuff when there was no one around. But I got to say also there's a different mentality, U.S. versus Canada. That's important to note here, is that Montreal is an extremely safe city. And so I could see in the U.S. and some of the cities why you would not let your kid out. Where here in Montreal, there's no real... except for there are people that think about it, but honestly, if I had kids today, go play, go to the park. I wouldn't be scared at all, because it's extremely safe. It did change. There's a little more crimes than before, but most of the crimes you get here in Montreal are gang, mafia thing relations. It's a guy from the mafia gets killed by a gang and things like that. Not that much of, if you're an average Joe that minds his business, there isn't that much bad thing happening. There's this crazy guy from time to time that could do something, but it's pretty safe. And I could see where also, if I'm talking about the safety of kids and stuff, that could be very different from where you live in the U.S., for example. I look at the crime rates in some of your cities. I mean, Montreal is like the safest thing around. It's just crazy when you think about it. And it's sad to see also that happens. What else do we have? Don Royal, WA7330SWL. My first computer was a Commodore 64. First VIC-20, Commodore 128 after that I still have here. Amiga 500 that I still have here. And working order. They're still working. They're plugged on big screen TV if I want to play games. So... yeah, drugs and all of that. I think there's a lot of things around all of this for kids, and it's make your kids give a chance to your kids to be interested in hobbies and all sorts of stuff to keep them busy. I think is the best thing. And one of probably the biggest problem with drugs and all of that is who your kids hang out with. Is a big factor after that. I mean, there are perfectly good families with fantastic values that do a great job and their kids turn bad. It's not just a well, if your kid turns bad, it's because you're not doing the right thing. No, it's not as simple as that. Your kid can turn bad because he's with the wrong friends. And sometimes that control is very difficult to, are you going to tell your kids, well, I don't want you to hang out with that person? It's going to make him want to hang out even more with that person. It's like that reverse psychology thing. So, it's a very complex issue, and depending on where we are, our views of all of this is different too. So, what else? Let's continue here. Before we continue, I will do another selfish promotion. So if you like what I do, if you enjoy the show, if you like what everything that I'm doing, you like the videos I posted like this week, All I Want for Christmas series, the Radio Hofsepp visit, and even more coming up. I've hyped up the number of videos. You probably noticed I'm posting more videos than before. And the live shows every Saturday. There's going to be the Christmas show, December 21st. How about a little contribution to help me out? Super chat here. You can give me a little something through here. If you want to, once again, help me with my pizza fund for tonight, so that I can eat, so I don't die starving. The pizza fund, you can go through PayPal and send me a little something to contribute to me buying my pizza tonight after the show is over. And I want to thank everybody that contributed, everybody that's contributing. And if you've never done it, think about it. It's, now not always the same people to give out. And thanks for everything, guys. It's fun to have you around. And I know a lot of you enjoy what I do here. So, you know what, guys? It's we're at, I'm 8 minutes behind only, so it's not too bad. How about I go refill this, guys? I'm pretty sure you're going to say yes. And we'll continue. Another reason why it's a good idea to donate a little something. How about contributing to having this show continue? Today, a little longer. And let's check something here. Not hearing much. Radio Voice of Turkey is not there, really. So we've got... we're going to check out a few things. We're going to continue talking about all sorts of stuff. And I'm back in exactly 2 minutes. Peut-être une demi-heure. Hein? Okay. And here we are, guys. I'm just going to be back in another 20 seconds. And I'm coming. I'm coming to the radio. To the radio. we go. Sorry, guys. A few things to take care of at the same time. So cheers, everyone. So, okay, what else do we have? London 19657, nice to have you here. Paul S. says if you get your kids hooked on amateur radio, you won't be able to afford drugs. Yeah, if they like it, definitely. Kevin Michael, remember bringing S9 and Communications World to class. Then my teacher caught me reading it. It's better than bringing porn. Brian Weidenheimer, nice to have you here. I built a few Estes rocket back in the early 80s. Fun. Definitely fun. A lot of fun. Yeah, I also designed my a couple of I also designed a couple of rockets my own too, back in the day. It was really cool. Jean Arash, you even need a license to fly a small drone nowadays. Radio control airplanes used to be popular back. Yep, I had one. For a while. It was fun. I had a remote controlled helicopter too, which was really cool. Joseph, just different times too. Just so many less people 34 years ago. Yeah. It's very different. That's definitely. CB Punisher 1900. Funniest thing I heard this week on radio was a white Australian guy trying to understand what the black guys on Channel 6, the Super Bowl, were saying. Well, yeah, there's black guys. There's the Texas accent guys. There's all sorts of weird things that you don't understand a thing. Torben Iverson, the ZX81, and then the ZX Spectrum, and then the Amiga. CB Punisher bought the Counter 64 Mini. It's cool. My plan is to put a Raspberry Pi inside because I like the case. So yeah, and there's I think the Counter 64 Mini is there I saw somewhere there's a interface possibility to add games. Brian Penny checking in, thankfully. Just got a new workstation, new OS Windows 11, new Office transfer data, trying to get everything to work. Well, you know what it's all about. Yes, I will give Mr. Paul a hug. Yeah. You know, back in the days of Boombox, I remember with my friends going to the park and playing Frisbee. We'd play Frisbee, and I had my Boombox with, 80s pop music, 80s pop rock music playing. Then your Shortwave Counter 64 was my first computer with a 1541 drive. I had two of them now. And of course, the new power supply and the SD card readers. Yeah, that's what I have too. My Amiga 500 and my Counter 128 are fitted with the SD card drives now. Kenneth says, I purchased a Texan PL320 shortwave radio from Anon last week. I don't have time for SSB. Does it perform as well as a PL330? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's just that you'll, mostly go on the international broadcast bands. But it's a pretty good performer. Oh, man. Shortwave turkey dance. Jaywind, Total US crime count has been trending down since the 90s. I think it's a trend down everywhere because even here in Montreal, there's less murders every year in 2024 than there were, say, in 1995. In 2024, it's down. I don't know. I don't know how many we are at right now, but let me just check out murders in Montreal in 2024. So 20 murders. We're apparently at 20 murders this year in Montreal. So and we're in December. So I remember the 80s, 90s, then when it would reach like 50, 60, 70. But if you look at who got murdered in those 20, probably 18 of them are gang members or mafia or something. Turbin Iverson, imagine when we went from Counter 64 as expression and we was happy with that to what is on the market today, Evolution. Yeah. I mean, just look at this. You in 2024 can do a TV studio for a very little price and broadcast yourself to the world. I mean, who would have thought this would be I would never have thought this would be something that I would do when I had my Commodore computer. Honestly. Just says in Longmont, Colorado, don't have a lot of violent crime, but we do have a lot of dope being using and passing. Well, there's a lot of drug stuff. There's, even in Montreal, I know the fentanyl. We kind of have, in like a lot of big cities in Canada, a kind of a little fentanyl emergency where a lot of more people are dying from overdoses. There is definitely crime in Montreal. I mean, here I'm talking strictly of deaths in a year, but in general crimes, there's definitely a lot of crimes. There's there are probably a lot of people getting stuff stolen. A little store just here that I go to purchase beer sometimes. It's a Chinese couple that has it, not a Chinese, an Asian couple. And they, we talk a lot. And the other day I went there and it's like, whoa, I have to buzz to get in at night. And they said, you have a buzzer now? And it says, yeah, we got robbed 3 times in the last month. So it's like, whoa, okay. I understand the buzzer now. So, there are crimes, definitely. But overall, Montreal is an amazingly safe city. You could come back from a bar at night at 3 a.m. and walk for an hour to go home, and chances of you getting into any type of rant or problem is extremely low. Different Gear TV, Radio Romania International, strong on 96.20 right now. Let's check it out. I hear Turkey on. Yeah, hearing it. And I hear Turkey, but it's noisy. But I hear Turkey on 5960 also. Thank you, Sheila, for the donation. Thank you, London 19657 for the donation. And here's towards a new cassette head cleaner and a ceramic stylus for your stereo. And beer and cat food at the same time. Thank you so much. Paul is when I got out for the drink, he was actually eating some food. So, John K6RXD, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. It's nice to be here. And it's always cool to have all of you here. Paul S. Okay. What do we have here? Let's go here. Mario the Xer, show the problem, in my opinion, with the youth is social media scaring them. Oh, yeah, that for sure. And, you know, there's like all this cyberbullying today. It's like, you know, when you went to school, when we went to school, if you got bullied, you got bullied at school. Now today is like you go home and on your Facebook page or Instagram or whatever, you get bullied with those people, but online. Imagine it's even worse. If you get bullied at school and now you get bullied at home, at least in our days, if somebody was bullied, at home, he'd be in this happy place. He'd be safe. School was a problem. Now today is you go to school, you get bullied, you go home, and you get bullied online. It's like, wow. It's like it never ends. It's crazy. Jeff says our crime is pretty bad in most of the big cities. Chicago, for instance, yeah. Chicago can have 20 in just a weekend. Yeah, I know. The river. Al Wilkinson. I remember when I was growing up, they were telling us we're going to be able to see each other on the phones. I'm sure it is amazing what you can do today. Technology has changed so much. Yeah. Okay, Michael, you have gangs too. Drugs part of our homeless program. Michael, first computer was a Mac Classic. Anyone have a suggestion on a good, somewhat inexpensive internet radio? There's a few out there that exist that are not very expensive. It depends what you're looking for. I have one that's expensive, but I'm happy to have spent the money on it. I've got a St. Jean WFR32. That thing is a boombox. The audio out of it is crazy. I use it mostly for streaming online music stations. It's just amazing that quality of audio on that thing, but it's expensive. But if you want something inexpensive, you know, there's a lot of there's quite a few that are below 100 that do it well. It's just that, you know, there's small packages. I don't have any models. I don't know if somebody can, you know. And don't forget, your smartphone, if you have one, can be used as a streaming device. For sure. Okay, Michael, first computer, Compact 5253 back in 95. Wow. Okay, Michael, the Day Zero guy is always on CB Channel 6. Yeah. Good night, Art. Always nice to have you on board. Pretty cool. Okay, Michael, fentanyl is our problem with Met2. Yeah. It's hitting everywhere. Paul, SKADI sounded great in the 70s. They were on AM2. KWK was another. Does anyone recall KAAY and Beaker Street? Yeah. I remember that there was a lot of AM stations that we'd listen to music on AM. You know, we talk about audio quality. We'd listen to music on AM, you know. Yes, it is a large screwdriver. David Snyder, Turkey on 5960. 26 dB with misunderstanding, but lots of fading. Yeah, mine is noisy tonight. I have a lot of noise here for some reason. I don't know if it's the cold weather or the Christmas decorations, but... John Beckham. I was happy to pick up the BBC on 21630 today. Thanks for identifying the station for me. Cool. It's an old frequency. 21. We talk sometimes about old frequencies that have been used forever for a broadcaster. 21630 is forever an old BBC frequency. So it's Saturdays only, remember? So you'll hear it only every Saturday. So you'll have to try to remember. I need to try it. It might have had a good signal. Often from Wooferton, the signals are good. Kevin Michael, back in the 90s, we could be out at 3 in the morning with tourists walking around. Had no problem. Today's different. David Snyder, 6115 is WWCR. You're there all evening. Jacob Fabo, I really like night walks through the city where I live. I can't imagine living somewhere where it would be dangerous to walk alone at night. Yeah. You got to be careful, but usually here is not a problem. I've been attacked once by three Latino guys for my phone, and that's several years ago. But even with that bad moment, I'm not. It didn't change my my feeling of security. It was, but it all depends also who you are. I mean, if you're a woman, I'm talking as a guy point of view. Yeah, if you're a woman, it's different. All of my friends that are, women, when we go out somewhere and if they have to walk home, I will walk with them up to their home and then come back. Because it's kind of different. It's a little different. As we have Carl Icon, yeah, WWCR, yep. I'm sad the WWCR on 4840 has removed the Wavescan. I was forgetting the name. The Wavescan show from their 0430 UTC on Saturday nights. I find it so sad. That was my go-to show on WWCR every Saturday night. And it's not playing anymore, which I find sad. John Beckham, the strongest shortwave stations that I receive in Northeast Florida right now is Radio Marti on 6030. Paul S, 5960. That was the 49-meter home for Radio Canada International. Absolutely. 5960 and 9755. They're like going, hand in hand in what is Radio Canada International back in the day. That's crazy. We were talking about WRMI relays, and in the last CIDX Zoom meeting, we started talking about transmitter side shutting down and why don't they relay? I understand that shortwave broadcasting when you own your own transmitter site is very expensive. But when you have the chance of using a relay like WRMI, I have a hard time understanding why don't you use that. It will cost you nothing with your budget. I mean, any radio station. I wrote to Radio Sweden. They have a weekly show called like Weekly Sweden in Review or something like that in English online. I wrote to them and I said, it would cost you almost nothing if once a week, you put that 30-minute show on WRMI. And I didn't get a reply back. I wish I did, because I think it would be a great idea. And many, many broadcasters. I am building a list of old-time shortwave stations that you can still monitor English broadcasts. Radio Polonia. And I listen to them through this old-looking Shoyoung radio, the R1. I pair my phone with or a computer sometimes through Bluetooth and have that play through here. And so I listen to Radio Polonia English, the weekly show for Radio Sweden, Slovakia, Prague, and many others. There's quite a few that have maintained some online daily presence in English. Man, they should all go to WRMI. It would, with the budget they have, I'm sure it would cost them almost nothing. It would be a minor, thing in their budget, and they'd be on shortwave. And they probably would have some audience, a bigger audience than just online. So, I don't know. There was a curl mass ejection radio kit that was supposed to bring us a slight... actually, they were planning for a G2 class geomagnetic storm. It ended up being a very minor one today. I think the stations here seem to be a little weaker than usual, so it could be that. Jacob says, I live next to the border to the Czech Republic, and all AM stations that are still broadcasting there are music stations. Ger says, I wonder if anyone would be interested in a shortwave ham chat room that I'd keep open 24/7. People could talk, and yeah, you know what? Try it. Try it. So, Kevin Michael, no, it says 6155 was ORF, I believe. 6155. If you guys are in chasing transmitter sites, it's time to look at what's still online from Austria, because the Moosbrunn transmitter site is definitely going to shut down at the end of the year, and they will be dismantling all transmitters and antennas, unfortunately. J-Win, according to the FBI, Chicago homicide total for 2023 is lower compared with every year between 1985 and 2004. David Snyder, yep, no problem. Paul S. 6115, shortwave frequency for La Voz del Llano in Colombia, and Radio Union in Peru in the old days. Yeah, there were a lot of those stations that were there back in the day. So amazing when you think about it. David Snyder, 7220, fade. Could not understand the ID. 7200. Radio Romania. I recognize the guy's voice. That's also one of the frequencies for Europe. So it's Radio Romania, 7220. Actually, this one's coming in a lot better here. 7220. We had a kid. I had a few hour power outage from a couple of weeks back. Interesting, the signals that came out of the noise floor sitting in my house. Voyo Africa service English in the evening, kind of rare for me. You have to have a power outage to notice that, you know what? Hey, there's a lot of stuff to listen to. It's just washed out in that freaking noise. It's such the sad thing about our hobby. We live in a noisy environment which blocks us from a lot of signals. And, I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there that purchased a radio, got home, turned it on, heard nothing. Not because there was nothing, but because the noise washed it out. And they return to radio and say, well, this thing doesn't work. There's no international broadcast. It's a lie. You know? Whereas, I like these types of comments. The comments that are like direct without any explanation, I remember posting a video of a station I was listening to. And a guy posted the comment, "You're lying. That must come from somewhere else in your home because there's nothing there." Yeah. Yeah, okay. Think whatever you want. But it's like, I don't have time for this. Jim Gordon, late hello from Dundee, Scotland. Getting rid of Coldbug just now. Utility QRM to CGTN radio service daytime 17490 that I mentioned last week as largely gone. Yeah. It's Frank V says listening recently to 3885 ham radio operators at AM mode. Yep. 3880, 3885, 3890, even 3875 sometimes. Music program on 93.95 WRMI. Ken Michael used to listen to Superpower KUSW. WRNO, New Orleans, yeah. And all of that. Oh, God. There's a lot of stuff. The oldie show that used to have the music and stuff on 50, I think it was 5085 or something, was when WTWW was, Ted Randall was there. And it would play all sorts of music, including old, and they had requests. Now he's on WRMI now, and the owners of WTWW have returned to their religious stuff. Kevin Michael remembers 9755 RCI. Paul, today WSM Nashville and CFZM Toronto play music and sound great with a wideband AM signal. David Snyder, thanks for Radio Romania. Radio Romania is in any language because you know what? These guys speak different languages. That woman on Radio Romania, she is on the Spanish service, on the Romanian service. I recognize her voice all the time. It's like I just tune and it's like, oh, that's Romania. I recognize the woman's voice immediately. Oh man, Radio Australia. I think that if one station, I'm going to ask a question and I want to have an answer from you guys. If you had to choose one station that for you was, even though it's not dead, you would consider it being the death of shortwave, what was the station you lost that made you think that? So I will probably go with HCJB in my case, but Radio Australia is very close to. But HCJB, because I have to choose one, would be like, oh, okay, something bad is happening here. Sure says, I have a ham buddy who lives way out in the country. His nearest neighbor is several miles away. He turns on one of his radios and it sounds like no antenna's connected. Makes me want to cry. Hey, when I go to the park here and listen to all the stuff like super easily and come back home and there's nothing, it's like, yeah, okay. I don't know if the city would let me put a 2,000 feet coax up to the park with a 100 feet long wire. It'd have to be high up in the air so that nobody or no trucks or nothing, Oh, man. Oh, David Snyder. Amazing. Yeah, WRNO Worldwide, Rocket World. And Australia was awesome. Absolutely. Absolutely. Different Gear TV, a lot of people don't understand the noise when there's surroundings that affect radio. They just expect it to work like Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's the problem. Is you don't understand those any of those topics until you realize what it means. So when you turn on a radio, you don't think about all this stuff around you that is affecting it. You have the impression that a radio should just work because you don't have the knowledge and understand why, all that is noisy for your radio. And it's always been like that. But, for a long time, I'd be curious when we talk about, the number of people listening in and number of people. I mean, there's people out there. I'm going to get to 50,000 subscribers. I mean, there's people out there listening or doing radio or interested in it. One of the things that I would like to know if we had in 2024 the low noise floor we had in 1980. I wonder if there would be more radio listeners on shortwave today. My thinking is yes, there would be. My thinking is also there would be more stations still on the air that are gone. I see a lot of people always saying that the internet kills shortwave, and it is not. The internet has no reason. There's absolutely nothing on the internet that is killing our hobby. No, people are not, I'm going to listen to Radio Romania online because I'm tired of the noise. It doesn't work like that. It's the noise that's killing our hobby. I'll say it over and over again. The high noise is killing our hobby because there's nothing to listen to because of the high noise. And the high noise killing stations that are shutting down, making even less stations, on shortwave, and it's kind of a wheel that's going backwards. And the noise floor is the biggest problem of the hobby. It started, in the 90s, slowly creeping up on us, and today it's terrible. Ricky says, those are comments online that claim there's nothing to listen to on shortwave. Especially shocking when hams are saying it. Yep. Hams are also in that mode, simply the mode that says, there's nothing on the ham bands. Well, I beg to differ. I'm a ham. And I'm surprised of all the things that I do. If I spend an evening and there's no major event of the sun happening, I will have made, and I'm not talking just FT8, I'm even voice. I'll have made a surprising amount of contacts. Honestly, it's I'm very tired of always hearing there's nothing on shortwave. Shortwave's dead thing. When it's not, and I say it regularly, then why are there thousands of entries in the EIBI space schedules in a 24-hour period if there's nothing on shortwave? The real phrase should be, where we live, there's not as much on shortwave as other parts. So in North America, yeah, shortwave looks dead, especially with the noise. But you know, take a trip and go to Asia. Tell me if it's dead. Or even go to Africa or Europe. Even Europe is much better than here. So, you know, it's a perspective. Shortwave by nature goes to where it's needed, and North America is a place where it's kind of not needed. Jim Gordon, in my little flat, a major cause of radio QRM is LED stairs light. Anyone else has this? Yeah, depending on how they're built, definitely it could be a problem. Jim Gordon, HCJB. Matt, MDK2 says voice of Greece. Kevin Michael, I had noise too in my apartment. I used to take radio with me. Now I have a few areas that don't have it. When it's clear, it can get great DX at night. Bob's Old Records, Radio Canada International. Yeah, there's definitely a different view of what is death to, you know, it's what we feel as is being death of the hobby, depending on the years we've been to the hobby. Like Mike says, Matt says, I'm relatively late to the hobby, though. So, you know, it could have been some other station, definitely. Robert Varner, Radio Netherlands. That was a big one. C. Marchi, Radio Moscow. Yeah. Jeff says, 2 stations, Voice of America and Radio Moscow, battling it out. Although Voice of America is still there, but yeah, no Radio Moscow. David Snyder, my father-in-law spoke Romanian, Hungarian, English, Yiddish, and a little Hebrew. And my mother-in-law spoke Spanish as she was born in Cuba. Wow. Mad Radio DXer says Radio Netherlands, their programs were different from other shortwave stations. But them leaving the band showed the direction others would follow because of modern technology. But yet, you know, it's an example, a great example of when people tell me the internet is a problem. Radio Netherlands, if the internet was such important, they would have kept an online presence. Radio Netherlands did not go online. They just shut down. And once again, I think it's much more the noise went higher and higher, less and less people were interested in listening to a noisy signal. Richard Wagner, Radio Sofia, which was Radio Bulgaria in the end, if I remember well. By the way, they have an English daily show on their, that's another station that they are online. And so I'm making a list. I'm going to make a video and put all the links. Because if you want to listen to, if you're a program listener. Thank you, Francis Moore, for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. Kevin Michael, Radio Australia was my favorite. It was a real loss with HCJB, Quito, Ecuador. Yeah. Paul S. Radio Netherlands had great shows. Jonathan Merck's Media Network was gold. Saved a lot of them and posted the shows as an archive. Yeah, but that archive might be going away. There's kind of talk of what to do with it. Okay, Michael, I can't put antennas of any type outside. Yeah, that is another part of the problem. EFOG 3, anybody ever listen to the Renegade Radio out of California? Huh. Radio Kid, I think there were more shortwave listening, there were more RFI quiet. Yeah. Matty the Extra says, also, I know it's not shortwave, but medium wave stations here in Europe leaving the band. Thankfully, hobby stations are saving medium wave and also, unfortunately, stations aimed at Ukraine. RRT08 says, it's my fault. I did a college paper years ago on internet radio listening. Jim Garden doesn't miss Radio Tirana. Well, the last years were pretty good. It's really the communist era Tirana that is a little complicated. How many remember Radio South Africa? Their interval signal was a guy playing guitar and the noise from some kind of bird. Yeah, it was an interesting, it was a good station. The Paul S. Talks about the streaming. There's a thing that came out that still exists today, which is the World Radio Network, which was kind of an aggregator of a lot of the shortwave broadcasters with their show being online, and I thought it was cool. And I still think today it's cool if you are or maintain an online presence. The problem is that it's washed out in a sea of other things. On shortwave, we would tune around and find stations, and the stations would be catered to an international audience. That's what a lot of people don't understand, is that, well, I can still listen to Radio Australia. Yes, you can listen to the stream of Radio Australia, but it's not Radio Australia like we had. It's Radio Australia that is just, an extension of the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. When it was on shortwave, not all the time, but at the end it wasn't that. But for the most part, it was catered to an audience that is abroad, and that's what shortwave was: stations telling the world who we are. Radio Canada International was great in the 80s. It wasn't so great when it ended. Why? Because it was just rebroadcasting the CBC local. And some people were okay with that, but it didn't have the same programming and interest. You didn't have the, Radio Canada International mailbag with the DX stuff, and that was catered for an international audience on shortwave, and that's not part of what you hear on the internet broadcasting. The other thing I always mention is, yeah, but where's the English of Radio Norway, the English of Radio Finland, the English of whatever other broadcaster? No, it doesn't exist. You're going to listen to Norway if you want online. There's tons of streams. There's not a lot of English stuff in there, and it's not even the stuff we would like to hear. So, that's always where I when people tell me the internet is the reason for shortwave to shut down. Well, no, because we would all be already on the internet with our favorite broadcasters. Yeah, Jean Arash, and it's not just that; it's all the other devices that are noisy. The computers, the freaking switching power supplies of crappy devices people buy. It's just, and if you live in an apartment building, man, shortwave, good luck. Shortwave's a tough one, Paul S. In Europe, there is a revival of small, lower-powered shortwave stations. Netherlands and Germany have a few 100-watt stations floating around. Yeah, and I wish that would be a thing here. Why would, like here in Canada, why isn't there, I guess it's less difficult to get a license and be online on the air on shortwave. Why isn't there somebody here in Canada that's like, yeah, I want to put up a 100-watt, if it'd be like easy like this, yeah, I'd be tempted in setting up a 100-watt station on shortwave and broadcast. But here it's dreadfully expensive and dreadfully complicated to get just a broadcasting license. I don't know. John Beckham, shortwave radio listening is pretty good in South Africa. Richard Wagner, Transworld Radio in the Netherlands, Antilles, yeah, and Bonaire. Jim Gordon, really missed Radio Sweden's Saturday show and Sweden Calling the Xers. Yep. Frank V, I hear a lot when RAI through Radio Miami broadcast programs that I hear in New York. Kevin Michael, Radio Moscow, FRTS, Washington, yeah. Radio DXer. I know it sounds strange, but when I got my first Wi-Fi radio, I was listening to lots of stations around the world. It reminded me when I got my first shortwave radio as a kid and receiving a lot of stuff. The shortwave bands were jam-packed, yeah. And I mean, there's stuff. When you get an internet radio, there is definitely a lot of stuff. For sure. Mandarin DX are oversaturation of content on the internet. Yeah. Yep. I mean, you go on stuff and you're like, I don't know. Ricky says, on top of the noise, it wasn't until I found Jill Channel that I learned to mitigate the noise with a small amplified magnetic loop. This is not info I would have ever conjured up myself. Yeah. You know, if there's one thing positive about, like, you know, a channel like this, you know, I'm also, with all of you, struggling to listen to something listenable on the bands because there's too much noise. And so you try to find ways to mitigate it, and you're trying to find ways of what could I do. I'm glad there's something like the MLA30. You know why? We're in a moment where I can't see an average shortwave listener wanting to pay hundreds of dollars, as much, if not more, than the radio's worth to improve your shortwave listening. You know, I have a W6 LVP loop here, and I can tell you it's a big waste of money. When I got the MLA30, I understood that it does as much of a good job as that big expensive thing that I would never have purchased. But I am glad I have purchased it because I can speak with the knowledge of, you know, if somebody comes up to me and says, oh, that cheap loop doesn't work. Well, that expensive loop doesn't work then because it ain't better. And so at least I have the knowledge because I have owned, and I own both. And I'm happy for the MLA30 because people that don't want to spend too much money on improving their setup might have a chance in being able to listen and tune around to what they can hear thanks to that inexpensive loop. And they will probably be okay in spending that small amount of money if it can make things better. So it's kind of cool that that has happened. Richard Wagner, my first shortwave was an amplified crystal set that we listened to HCJB and Radio Moscow. Wow. Using an old tape recorder for the amp. Francis Moore, what would you buy? The NRSP SD network receiver or Kiwi? I need more time to answer that question clearly. Honestly. I do need more time. If I can get that. I might be. I hate it when it does that. There we go. Okay. A little more here. Okay, let me continue here. Hey guys, I'm in the, there we go. Here we go. Okay, sorry, my chat is frozen here. There's like something happening. Okay, let's continue here. Radio Netherlands was great. I have QSL cards. 90s. Yeah, I got a few QSL. Absolutely. Mike WX50 listen to the ABC Australia stations as well. Radio DXer, okay, we've read that. Gerf says, I want internet radio to listen to music. Nice, crisp, clear music. You know, I've got an amazing WFR32, which is, like I said, a boombox. The audio out of that is great. It's mostly used, you know, I have a few podcasts programmed into it, but it's mostly used to stream music stations, pretty much. We need more rebels in Canada. I'll be a rebel shortwave guy. I'm okay with that. I'll be the Alan Wiener of shortwave in Canada. Yeah, the interval signal was beautiful. There were quite a few stations with beautiful interval signals. You know, one is kind of creepy, but kind of old school. When I hear the Voice of Korea, North Korea interval signal, it has that little feel of those, you know, Cold War days of broadcasting with interval signals. Yeah, there is also some people that do low power shortwave stations that are unlicensed called pirates. Absolutely, Radio Kid. Richard Wagner says WRNO. Ken Michael, bring back the DX party line. Oh, yeah. Chicopee Radio would like to go on the air on shortwave and FM, but the only thing getting in the way is school. And I live in a parent's house. Yeah, for sure. And you don't want to do pirate. It's not a good idea. Oh, Joseph. He's got a new PL 680. You're going to have fun. That is cool. Oh, yeah. Shortwave goes dead when noise kicks in. Absolutely. Radio Kid had Sicko Radio coming in almost 2 hours on the AM mode a couple of weeks back. Mad Reader DXer, thank you so much for the stream, for the donation for the stream. John Beck and Michelle back in the late 70s, 60s, 70s, up to the 90s, shortwave English language broadcasts were big time. Yep. Jean Arash, Hydro-Quebec smart meters is another thing that contributes to nice flare. I haven't seen, you know, here when they changed the old meters, the old mechanical meters for the new ones, I can't say that I've seen any difference in the noise floor here in the building. It doesn't seem to have affected anything. But, you know, then again, I'd be curious to go in the room with where the counters are and see if I bring a radio near them, if, you know, it's noisy or not. Brian Weitenheimer says, I said it many times, the MLA30 was the best $40 I've ever spent in the hobby. Yep. And, you know, I'm happy to have been able to bring that to all of you that needed some magical device. It's almost a magical device that could at least help you in the hobby. It helped me a lot. And, you know, it helped me in a sense of, I think we often, a lot of us can go through that. We might go into the, and I think we all go through it. When it's noisy, maybe more, that moment where we go into our negative mode and just think that, well, you know, I think tonight's the night. It's when my hobby is over. Let's try something here, guys.
This is the Diamond
Radio Thailand English. Very, very good here in Montreal, guys.
Financial services, advanced technology, and industrial manufacturing.
All those top headlines and many more coming up. On this auspicious occasion of His Majesty the King, sixth cycle.
Very strong signal from Radio Thailand in English on 13750 right now. That's a good DX target for North America. It's direct from Thailand. No relays. Never heard North Korea. You're try 11710. Where are you located? If you're in North America, 11710 in the mornings around 15 UT. And try tonight at 04 UT on 11735. Paul S. Canada has a few domestic shortwave stations, CFRB Toronto, which is CFRX on 6070. Yep. CFCF, CXCX back in the day. CHNX, yep, absolutely. Andy New, my favorite interval signal was Radio Norway. It was good. It was so smooth. It was like a relaxed thing. It's like, let's get into Norway, relaxed. Our brain is wired in ways sometimes that things make us kind of, find it cool to listen to something more than something else. The thing about the Radio Norway is I don't know if it's because I live in Canada, which is a northern country. I loved anything that was Nordic. So if you'd bring me Finland, Norway, Sweden, any station would be in Alaska. Anything that is like a northern thing, I found that so cool. It's just I don't know. My brain was wired like that. I love listening to Radio Norway. I always found it, weird. Does the English in on Sunday only? Cool, Joseph. Glad you're happy. Kem Michael, voice of Korea 13650, Song of Kem. Princess Moore, I have the Kiwi too, and it's spot on. So many more options and abilities. Yeah, I think the RSP ST is not meant to be for the same purpose. The Kiwi SDR is meant to, be used remotely, but it's meant also to be used remotely. You have several users. There's a lot of things. I think they're not addressing the same thing. The thing that the RSPST might also be interesting is that the Kiwi SDR is limited in the range of frequency. The RSP goes up to 2 gigahertz. So I think it doesn't address the same people. Actually, I'd like to have a Kiwi put it on and have people tune it when they want. It'd be on 24 hours a day. I would like to have that, and have it on the MLA 30. Kevin Michael, remember DR Radio Denmark? Yep. Radio Denmark. Bobsel Records, interval signal, voice of Indonesia. Frank V, 13750, transmitting clearly here in New York. So, pretty cool. Joseph, 13750, coming in distorted a bit by RF on my brand new Texan PL680. There you go, your first signal, Radio Thailand. Listening to at KFS down the road here, also getting RF, so not just me. Jean Arrache, Nordic countries were seen as very progressive countries back then. we'd envy them for a few things. Yeah. Tristan has 5950. Voice of the radio. Forza report of the week. Good signal. And Western Newfoundland. 57 Steve's. 13750. Received pretty strong right now in Georgia. Yeah, VORW is voice of the report of the week. Apparently it's now on 5950. Everyone should donate for a Kiwi SDR. No, I'd put a Kiwi SDR up. How much are they? What's the price of the new one? I'm just going to go see their website. Kiwi SDR. Kiwi SDR. So, production status. So they have the new one in stock, I think. Our online store. So the Kiwi SDR. Let's check it out here. So, in Canadian dollars, ouch. Kiwi SDR, 565 Canadian dollars. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. But that'd be definitely, if I'd get one of those, it would definitely be put online for everybody to use. You guys would have it accessible 24 hours a day. I'd actually dedicate a PC to it. Wow, I thought it was a little less expensive than that, though. 565 Canadian dollars plus the taxes I'll have to pay once here. Plus, I don't know if they're shipping. That's a $700-800 device. Whoa, it is expensive. Okay, Michael can get Radio Thailand. Richard Wagner, 13750, good in Northeast Illinois. Voice of the report of the week on 5950. Simarchi is from the WRMI transmitter site in Okeechobee, Florida. He does have a weekly broadcast via. Is it Issoudun, France, towards the Middle East or something? Yeah, John. Actually, John, Voice of the Report of the Week, came here in the chat room several times in the last few years. Madrid DX or the QESDR not having the FM band is what stopped me from getting it. Otherwise, I would have been streaming for all to listen. Good to see the NRSPST has FM coverage and more. Yeah, it's a wide band. It's all the way to 2 gigahertz. I'll be checking out here the when they fix out the bugs and things seem to be working right. I'll check out on getting a way to have you guys tune the bands with it. If I can, it's going to be interesting, I think. Jim Gordon, up here in Scotland, Radio Norway was a local station, same for Radio Sweden. Oh, I miss Sweden, calling the Xers. Yeah, you guys in Europe had that frequency, 6065 for Sweden. I remember that. That probably was like local across Europe. Yeah, I was surprised. I got surprised at seeing the price in Canadian dollars. It's like, whoa. Master Players Radio and Television. Well, I was going to say that when you mentioned VORW, but I realize I am on 7730 instead of 5950. On 7730, it's KBC Radio. Oh, yeah, they're still transmitting Mighty KBC. That's also something interesting. Radio Kid, yeah, Canadian postal workers still on strike, and I cannot see that strike ending anytime soon. The gap between each side is just too big. The only way it's going to end, I'm pretty sure, is that the government is going to have to pass a law and say, well, and force everybody back to work. 13750, Kev Michael, you mean. Liberty Cabbage Music, I hear VORW on WWCR. Yeah, they've rented some time there. Brian Vetterheimer, our amateur club is looking at installing a QE and putting it at 400-foot repeater site here in Rocky Mountains. It would be real remote. Cool. Ricky, Thailand on 13750, sort of breaking through, but there's still a fair bit of noise around here. Oh, that's not expensive. For who was looking for a inexpensive internet radio, the Shoyoung AAW at $47.92, that would have been very inexpensive. John Becken, 13750. It's Radio Thailand, John. Radio Thailand, direct from Thailand. In English, they're 30 minutes English to North America every day. Been coming in extremely well in the last weeks. It's been really, really good. Paul S., you might want to chat with the U20 operator regarding his SDR. Yeah, that could be interesting. I should check that out. Yeah, I might. Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't think about that, Francis. I'm gonna actually write to them and say that, you know, my channel has 50,000 subscribers and I got a lot of stuff to check out. Who knows? Maybe they could send one to me. Absolutely. Liberty Cabbage Music. How do you make all your money to buy all these radios? Well, lately I've been having a lot of them free from the manufacturers. But the main driver of me getting radios is this channel. The donations plus the monetization is how it works. John McClure, nice to have you here. So that's pretty much that. That's why I bug everybody with donations. It's the way to get all of the stuff. Without your donations, without the participation and the views here, I would not have money for that. But I've been lucky. Like the Texan S2200 was donated by an Onco. The RSP, the NRSP ST is donated by SDRplay. They actually contacted me, and so on. So most of the radios recently have been donated, which is nice. But the majority of the radios I've reviewed on my channel were actually purchased. So Andrew DXer here, the UK Kiwi SDR 2 is £400. And RSPST is for £60. I would definitely go for the NRSPST because of the wideband coverage. Peace of mind, Kevin. Well, if you talk about here, it's the I've got the Yaesu FTDX10 transceiver, and I do have an ICOM ICR 500 here, and many other receivers. There says, yeah, I've seen a few internet radios in the $50 range, but I have to wonder how they sound, how well they work. Well, I've got an AAW here. This is the AAW. So this was given to me by Shoyoung. It is okay. It's not it's not something you want to listen to music on much, but it sounds okay, and it does the job that it's supposed to do. So once it's plugged in, see here, I'm going to turn it on. It's actually connecting to the network right now. And I'll have you listen to the BBC World Service. Out of curiosity, you're going to see what it sounds like through the... So here we go. It's connecting to BBC.
That has not happened, but Ukraine militarily is now on the back foot, no? of course, you can be tired physically, but you cannot stop saving your own life. You can stop when your life or lives of your loved ones are in grave danger. So it's not something about morale. It's about something about necessity. Well, you can.
So it doesn't sound bad, you know. I mean, it has a decent audio. If you can get this for $42, I would buy this at $42, like it was sold there. Around $50, I think it would be worth it. Thanks, Brad. Joseph, I think the noise is starting 13750 is a sunspot. Well, remember one thing. 13750 is coming through the North Pole for North America. So any disturbances in the ionosphere in the geomagnetic field are going to flutter the signal. It's often a way that you know that the signal is coming through the pole, actually. Got a cat. I'm going to take a little sip here. Toast and Loaf, not sure if he's heard WWV and WWVH both on 20 or 25, and maybe 2.5. Well, you can't on 20 or 25 because WWVH highest frequency is 15. They're not on 20 or 25. So 20 and 25, you'll hear only WWV. 2.5, that could be a tough one. John Hummel Newell. What's have you here? What else do we have? Yeah, no, it's only up to 15, actually, WWVH. It does not have a line out, but you can put, you can listen with earbuds through the USB charging port. It also works as a earphone jack, and you can even use an USB-C to what you could do if you want to have a line like a kind of a line out is use a USB-C to audio plug adapter, and then you could feed out the sound. But like I said, for 50, if you get this at $50, it is worth it at that price. It has an FM radio on it too. John Beckham's getting $13,750 on a little XH Data D220. Imagine a very inexpensive radio getting a signal from Thailand from so far away. It's just amazing when you think about it. Pretty crazy. Joseph, totally so interesting. I didn't know that Radio Thailand came through the pole. Thanks for sharing. Most Asian signals are going to come through the pole to reach North America for the most part. It's a shorter path for the signal to come through. Jim Gordon, the ICOM IC 8500 that you have costs £650 to £850 here in the UK. It is still highly regarded. Yeah, yet I wouldn't pay that amount for that radio. Personally, I'm happy to have it, but I would not pay that high of an amount for that. Radio Kid, I got a Texan 310 ET relatively recently, and I'm liking it for its size. It actually sounds pretty good when you open the bandwidth to 6, assuming a strong signal. Yep. Frank V, I use my radios with batteries and not plug it into AC. Does the radio work better on DC batteries or AC? Usually, I use all the radios except for the big, the tabletops that do work on AC. I mean, portables, all of all kind. I always use batteries because often the AC, when you plug it on an AC with an AC adapter, it often brings in noise to the radio. Richard Wagner, 13750 on a Quotacent DX286, good in Northeast Illinois. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thailand coming in really, really well right now. So, hey guys, I'm going to have to say goodbye because I want to eat. So I'll be ordering pizza thanks to your donations. And I need to edit the International Radio Report show that plays on CKUT tomorrow morning. Takes a few hours. I will be listening to the bands through the night. So if you're on the Facebook group, I'll probably be posting a few things that I'm listening to. I want to thank you guys for being here. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for all of you that donated. Thank you so much. It is much appreciated. And we'll be back next Saturday. Incredible, but we'll be back in December. I mean, it's a month left before this year is over. I just can't believe it, how fast it's going by. So thanks, everybody, for the wonderful night, for a great moment among radio geeks. And you guys are great. You guys are the most fantastic of all guys. It is much appreciated. So it's pretty cool to see you. Liberty Cabbage Music. A lot of the long wave beacons are now being decommissioned. So it's really less and less here in Montreal. I haven't heard one in a long time. I would need to scan slowly to see if I can still hear something. Steve Burnham listening to 5950 on his Texan PL660. So pretty cool. And hope that you guys are going to continue listening to the radio. It's extremely important. And I will be posting more videos, including the All I Want for Christmas series is not over. And I hope that you guys continue checking out. Nissan Greenwich, nice to have you here from Dublin. Stay safe, everybody. Love you all. Take care. And see you next Saturday.